Hello, everyone. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. Happy Saturday. This is our last one of these before Christmas. There will be one between Christmas and New Year's. I also plan to have the burn video for next week because it seemed appropriate that we should have the final burn video before we have the final stream of the year, which is next week. So this is second to last stream of the year. You know, if I timed it better, I wouldn't be reading this right now. I'd have another 2 weeks before I had to read any more of it. But I'm not that good with the timing. So, to recap, as if we need to, because, really not a lot has happened. We're only a chapter and a half in. So, we've got our main bad guy. Hello, Cerebellum. So happy to see you. Is your Christmas tree still standing or have the kitties conquered? So we met main bad guy who's supposed to be main love interest guy, who I am forever going to think has the same name as Vin Diesel in the Fast and Furious movies. We learned he is the head of a Sicilian crime family. He is supposedly very good looking. He is a violent, evil monster. He's a sexual predator and has definitely killed people. Somebody tried to kill him, which led him to have 5 years of delusions and hallucinations about his perfect woman. Cue somebody named Laura, who arrived in Sicily from somewhere. It occurred to me we don't actually know where her character is supposed to be from. We don't know if she's American or Polish or Australian. We have no idea. I don't think it actually said where she's from. So that's kind of iffy. But he sees her, goes, oh my god, it's literally the woman from my, possibly gunshot to the head induced hallucinations. I must own her. And then off screen, he somehow kidnaps her. We didn't need to see that, apparently. It's probably the most critical scene in the entire book. But no, we don't need to see him actually take her captive and then apparently keep her drugged for 2 days. And then upon waking in captivity, she does, of course, what you would naturally do. Get naked. And wander around in a bathrobe. In a house of evil people that are keeping her hostage. Because that's how you respond to waking up and being informed that you've been kidnapped. Hello, Nightwolf. A few lower ornaments were pilfered and rehomed. Yes. After he saw me with his harness. Oh, so Kitty was letting you know that, you're not allowed to touch the harness without taking the kitty outside, even though if it's as cold there as it is here, or if there's snow on the ground, it's quite possible Kitty doesn't want to go outside, but how dare you? So I will teach you by whacking a few ornaments off the tree. Yep. Kitties are vengeful little creatures. But this is why we love them. So, all of the mornings, this book is being read 100% blind, no matter how much that is killing me. Oh, the urge to scan ahead. Is negative 31 there? And we're having the weirdest effing weather here today because it has swung over 20 degrees in the last 3 days. 3 days ago, it was between minus 15 and minus 20. Today, it got up to plus 6. All the snow is gone. It's 5 days before Christmas and all my snow melted. I object. The world's not allowed to do this to me. I want snow on Christmas. We had snow on the ground for over a week and a half. I demand that it snows and stays. No, Ryan, that's not a joke. That's Alberta. That's in Celsius, by the way. There was some wailing involved. Yeah, well, Kitty had to inform you of what you did wrong, of course. I know, but as usual, it's stalled out over the plains. I believe absolute zero is either 32 or 33 Fahrenheit, and that's Celsius. It's negative 31 Celsius. Yeah, I think absolute zero in Fahrenheit is either 32 or 33. I'm not sure. But this book does contain violent scenes and sexual violence. So it also contains a large amount of violence against women, as we found out. We've had 3 separate scenes so far. So that warning's going up. I may have to make more. I'm also putting this up because this already happened and it made me vomit and I don't want to puke again. I'm hoping that was just for initial. I'm hoping that scene that literally made me throw up was just for like initial hit person in face with theme of dark romantic sex book. I'm hoping that's what that was and that it's not repeated. I'm hoping it was just a very bold in your face opening scene. You know, as some books/movies tend to do. You know, to really try and grab your interest with like, oh my god, this is so much more intense than I thought. There's a right way and wrong way. That was the wrong way. Hello, Sadale! Good to see ya! We will eventually burn this book, I promise. And I'm going to enjoy it. It may be the first time I actually burn the entire book. Because that thought has been in my head all week, that I may actually, for once, after I have skinned it, of course, because the cover is the hide that I stick on my wall. That's my trophy to prove that I bested it. But I may actually burn the entire book for once. We shall see. But I am starting a list of times we will play with fire anytime he refers to her as mine, because it gives me Christian Grey flashbacks. And he pretty much is like, I can't even call him evil Grey because he's not that far off. He's basically if Christian Grey was honest. That's what he is. He's honest Grey, which I may start calling him. But we're going to burn it every time he calls her mine. That's on the burn list, and we'll see if we get anything else for the burn list. But for now, all rise for our national anthem, please.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Hello, everyone. Oh god, my lipstick looks worse than I thought. It's running really low, so it didn't go on so well. And of course, once you get red on your skin, it doesn't come off so easy. So, as some of you know, we had a tragedy in book club in that I broke the glass. I broke the wine glass that we've been using for I don't know how long. I shattered it. I was going like this to dry it, and I whacked it off the table, and boom. Okay, really gotta get rid of the red. And just, I was so devastated because I don't like change. I don't like breaking things. I certainly don't like breaking glass, especially. That looks worse somehow. How am I making this worse? Ack. Okay, like seriously. When I want this thing to pour out at like a drop, it takes forever. Oh, I shake it and now it's all over my hands. Great. There's like almost nothing left in this. I'm just trying to fix this so it doesn't annoy me all night and I can concentrate. Okay, that'll... still annoying me, but it'll do. It'll turn off the artistic part of my brain like that's fucking possible. But yes, I broke the glass, and I'm still very upset about it. Because I've had it for a long time. A friend made it for me, so it's special. Ugh. And I shattered it, and so now we're using this glass, which is a House Targaryen Game of Thrones glass. I originally had 6 of these. I only have 2 of them left. I will never tell anyone what they cost, because I bought them during Season 1 Game of Thrones from the HBO store. But the part that annoys me, it's different size, so I'm not sure how much to pour. So I'm calling this a glass for now. I think this is low, though. Compared to what half a glass was for chugging before, I think this is low. I might top it up a little. But when we get to the drinking, we will figure that out. So for now... Oh, you're running errands, Sarabella? Like, girl, you must be doing some shopping. Because it is late to be out and about. Well, maybe it's not late where you are, I'm not sure. But, so we will be adapting to new glass. I have decided for the new year I'm going to buy a new book club glass. Because I don't want to use my Game of Thrones, because if I break it, I'll be very upset. But we will figure out something. Maybe we'll get something like theme appropriate, or that looks like a, a bubbling goblet or something like that. That could be very nice. But just so we have something dedicated, not whatever I dug out of my, cupboard from the section where you put stuff that you never use, but you keep anyway. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce the ducks. Oh, I'm so distracted. All right, all of our ducks, who we can all see on our lovely stages. We still have some room at the top. We have Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Jumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with 2B, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Jeeves, Alan Tudyk, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glacial, Cicero, and Phoebe Halliwell Duck. And if you would like to see our pantheon of ducks expand and grow, PayPal link, if I remembered to put it up, because I posted the link at like 3 in the morning and it was very fried. So hopefully I remembered to put the PayPal link at the top of the chat. That's where it should be. And if you would like to help fill out the remainder of our duck stage before the year ends, we do have 4 random ducks still available for $10 each. I will draw a duck at random. You get to name it, or I will name it if you don't want to. So those are our random ducks. We also have our painted ducks that are also $10 because it's the holidays. There's Wolfie. Wolfie is right there. I pointed to Wolfie and Wolfie's right there. He's on screen. I always make sure Wolfie's on screen. If you want to send Wolfie any friends, for painted ducks, we have Scuba Diver Duck, Flounder Duck, Mr. Spock Duck, Chicken Jockey Duck, Cupid Duck, and Orion Slave Girl Duck. And as I said, for the holidays, these are $10 each, but if you sponsor a painted duck, please specify which one you want. Please don't just write painted duck. Please say which one. And yeah, Wolfie sometimes goes out, he's got a prowl. He may be a duck, but he's also a wolf. But Night Wolf, I promise you, Wolfie is right here, very prominent. He's on screen, and everybody loves him. He's still the best paint job I've done so far. So that is our wolves, that's our ducks. So those are $10 each. We also have very real police issue handcuffs that I will put on for 20 odd pages for $25. For $50, I'm going to definitely top this up because this looks low. I will chug this glass of wine, hopefully in one and without choking, once we have started drinking, which is in about 45 minutes. And if anybody's absolutely insane and very much feeling the holiday spirit, you can make me put on this very spiked bra for $100. I will turn the camera off and put it on and prove that I'm wearing it when the camera comes back on, because YouTube has a thing about, nudity. I mean, I don't, but they do. YouTube can be really puritanical sometimes. All right, now we have got all of our ducks introduced and confirmed that Wolfie is present, and our other ducks are on standby. We are jumping back into chapter 2, which we stopped randomly in the middle of because it was enough. So she has just been brought to the guy who's in charge of this place, who has kidnapped her, and he's kind of, I guess, laying down the rules and explaining, yes, I'm melting, what the situation is. Well, she's in a bathrobe and naked, and he's on top of her because, of course, things had to turn physical. Oh, and he showed her, photos of her current boyfriend cheating, which, seriously, this guy just kidnapped you. Are you going to believe anything that he shows you? And, I'm not sure what that's supposed to prove. If it's supposed to prove the boyfriend doesn't love her, then fine. But there's still 3 people, the boyfriend, 2 friends, that are going to be noticing that she's missing. So, at some point, there better be an explanation for why nobody is looking for her. Sicily ain't that big. Oh, and he's promised that he won't have sex with her until she comes to him willingly, which, given the circumstances, that is impossible. And he made it clear that he finds her hot. Those words, spoken so softly and silently, caused a wave of heat to ripple through my entire body. Oh yeah, she's really horny too. I forgot that. Now stop squirming and listen. I have a hard night ahead of me. The previous ones haven't been a walk in the park either, and you're not making it any easier for me. I'm sorry, if the person holding me captive tells me I'm not making it easier on them, I'm going to say good, and then I'm probably going to spit in your face. I'm not used to having to tolerate insubordination. I'm going to laugh at everything this guy says, aren't I? Because I'm sorry, it's so heavy-handed and so hammy, I can't take it seriously. I would be, genuinely, I would start laughing if somebody was talking to me like this, which is probably not good, but it's my reflex when somebody tries to come hard like this at me. I just laugh at them because I'm like, you are so goddamn full of shit. Like, I don't know how to be delicate, but I don't want to hurt you. So either I strap you to a chair and gag you, or I let you go, and you start doing what I say. Okay, that's an actual threat that I might take kind of seriously. His body was stuck to mine. I could feel each of his perfectly toned muscles working beneath his skin. Yes, God forbid we forget that he's supposedly, like, really good looking. He slid his left knee, which had been locked between my legs, higher when I didn't react to his words. I moaned softly, stifling a scream when he pushed his knee between my thighs and rubbed it against my sensitive skin. Interpret that how you will. My back arched unwillingly as I turned my head away from him. My body only reacted this way when I was aroused. Because we needed to be fucking. Please tell me that's a translation error. Despite Massimo's aggression, that was exactly how I felt. Again, are we first person or third person? Because it's going back and forth and it's going to drive me crazy. Don't provoke me, Laura, he hissed. All right, I'll be good. Just get off me. Well, that was easy. Gracefully, Massimo stood up and put his gun on the table before taking me by the hands and leading me back to the armchair. This way it'll be a lot easier for both of us. Believe me. So back to those photos, he said. On your birthday, I witnessed a quarrel between you and your man at the pool. When you left, I knew it was the day I'd bring you into my life. Well, that's one way to phrase I kidnapped you. After your man didn't even move a muscle to stop you when you ran away. I knew he wasn't worthy of you. I knew he wouldn't grieve you for too long. When you disappeared, your friends went to lunch as if nothing happened. Okay, so she has really crappy friends. Like, why is it every leading, like, love interest female always has really shitty friends? Looking at you, Twilight. That's when my people took your things from your room and left a letter in which you wrote to Martin that you were leaving him and returning to Poland, moving out of his apartment and disappearing from his life. Okay, so she's Polish. We know this now. So they left a letter. Because that's not sus. She disappears on vacation, but she left a letter saying, I'm going home early. I'm breaking up with you and moving out of your apartment. So we're assuming, what, that he has people in Poland that are breaking into his apartment and stealing her stuff? Or is that what we're supposed to believe? Moving out of his apartment and disappearing from his life. Like, seriously, if somebody just broke up with you and fully disappeared while on vacation, would you not, like, would you not have to, like, hear from them at least once just to know they're okay? Like, whenever friends of mine travel, we have a rule that you text as soon as you land. You know, you let everyone know you're okay. You check in, like, at least once a day, you know? Yeah, it seems to be a common theme of, like, I'm sure it's some, like, really hackneyed way of being like, oh, that's why she's vulnerable to the scary evil guy because she's got really nobody good in her life and, you know, her friends suck, her boyfriend sucks. You know, so she's, like, vulnerable to falling for the bad guy. I have good friends. Yes, anyone who's showing up here, this is very good. Oh, wait. But this is how before hand-waving away her disappearance with a forged letter. There's no possibility that he didn't read it when he went to his room after lunch. In the evening, when they walked by the reception, dressed fashionably and in a great mood, your friends were approached by a staff member who recommended a club to them. Oh, so they all just apparently were just like, okay, I guess she's gone. We're just going to carry on with our vacation. That the entire point of it was for her birthday. So yes, they are all the worst. It's called Toro, and it's also my property. So he just owns like all of Sicily. This way I could control the situation. Check my DMs. Okay. Apparently I have something on my face. Think I got it. See, for some reason when I turn like this, it makes like half my face look red. Which it's not. And even though the camera has like anti-red filter, which it does, which sometimes is a good thing, sometimes not so much. Hopefully my nails are dry. When you look through those photos, you'll see the whole story play out just the way I told you. What happened at the club? Well, they drank, had fun, and Martin took an interest in one of the dancers. You saw the rest. The pictures speak for themselves. So he set the guy up. And it's like, dude, you could have drugged him easily, or those pictures are fake as hell. Like, this is like in 2020, so like AI generated photos are a thing. And even still, is he really just gonna accept her being disappeared? Like, really? I sat still, looking at him in disbelief. My whole life had been turned upside down in a matter of hours. I want to go back to Poland. Please, let me go home. Massimo got up from the sofa again and walked over to the fireplace. The dying fire bathed the room in a warm half-light. He propped one hand on the wall and said something in Italian. With a deep sigh, he turned to me again and replied, "Unfortunately, that won't be possible during the next 365 days. Title drop. I want you to sacrifice a year for me." That's not all he wants her to sacrifice. "I will do everything in my power to make you fall in love with me. If I fail by your next birthday, I will set you free. Don't get me wrong. This is not a proposal. I'm telling you what's going to happen, because that's so how that works. I will not touch you or do anything you don't want." You're holding her against her will, so kind of like the bar for anything I don't want is kind of already met because I don't want to be here at all. So everything else that comes after that is already on the wrong side. Like, are we seeing the fundamental problem with this premise? Because I'm assuming at some point, I'm assuming this follows literally Beauty and the Beast, the animated, where at some point either she escapes or he lets her go. It's got to be that he lets her go. The only way you ever get to even halfway to him being a viable love interest is if he lets her go, genuinely lets her go, and then she chooses to return to him. Which you still have major like Stockholm issues, brainwashing issues, etc., etc. But I'm assuming that that's going to happen at some point, so the reader can delude themselves into thinking this is a consensual relationship at some point, even though it's clearly not, and it never can be because of the premise. I will not make you do anything against your will. I will not rape you, if that's what you're afraid of. Because you're my angel. Oh, God, here we go. Here we go, with only she can save me, this magical angel deity creature with all the healing love, and she can fix him, and I want to show you all the respect in the world. Your value to me is as high as my own life's. Everything in my residence will be at your disposal. You'll get your own bodyguards, but not because I want to control you. No, that's just a helpful side effect. Yeah, the bodyguards are really, really for her. They're not at all to make sure she doesn't escape or, acquire a weapon like the gun he's left on the table right now. And then he turned his back to her facing the fireplace. I would have blown his brains out in a heartbeat. It's only for your own safety. Right. You will pick the men yourself. You will be able to access all my property. I will not keep you locked up. If it's your wish to leave the house and go to a club or wherever else, I have nothing against it. I'm betting that changes. Like he's gonna put an ankle monitor on her at some point. Something. He's not just gonna leave her to bodyguards to keep track of her, because in a club or something it gets busy, you cause a distraction, you set off the fire alarm, you can ditch these fools pretty easy. So there's gonna be a something else. As for her picking the bodyguard, she doesn't know any of these people. I'd be like, okay, do you have 2 guys that are gay? Because I'll take those. That's my best bet right now. I interrupted him. You're not being serious, are you? You think I'll just sit here like nothing happened? What will my parents think? You don't know my mother. She'll cry her eyes out when she learns I've been abducted. Okay, so now we confirm we didn't know before, but she has parents. She has family. Yeah, they're going to wonder what the hell happened to her, too. She'll spend the rest of her life looking for me. Do you know what this will do to her? I'd rather you shot me right here and now than make me blame myself for my mother's pain. Why would you blame yourself? You've been kidnapped. Blame the guy who kidnapped you. I mean, this isn't the world's worst strategy, but she's doing it badly. If you let me out of this room, I'll run away and you'll never see me again. I will not be anyone's property. Not yours, not anyone else's. Oh, great. At least she is actually, unlike Anastasia in the previous books, she's actually like saying something back. Now, whether she backs this up, we don't know. We'll see. You know, The Lion King, Simba is your favorite tiger. I think you better watch that again. It'll be an ankle bracelet in the form of jewelry AirPods. I've seen some of those. They're ridiculous. Massimo closed the distance between us as if he knew something unpleasant was going to happen. He reached out, passing me the other envelope. Holding it in my hands, I wondered if I should rip it open like I'd done for the first one. I studied Massimo's face closely. He was watching the fire, waiting for my reaction to what was inside the envelope. I ripped it open and pulled out another set of photos, my hands shaking. What the fuck? Those are photos of my family. Mom, Dad, my brother, in normal everyday situations, taken near our house, or at lunch with friends, through the bedroom window as they slept. Okay, so creepy stalker photos. What's this supposed to mean? I asked, disoriented and pissed to the brink of completely losing it. Oh, nice to be told she's mad. Would be nice if she acted like it. Hello, Deacon! Yeah, TY is, or YT, whatever I'm trying to say. YouTube is being YouTube. Yeah, I know they've been screwing with a lot of things lately. For, generally no good reason. Did anybody else look at their YouTube like year in review thing and have something come up on your supposed like top 5 favorites and go, who the hell is that? Because I did. under music. My third one, I have no idea who this artist is. But it's telling me they were in my top 5 most listened to songs, and I'm like, I don't think so. Yeah, please click the like button if you haven't. It helps. Or consider sponsoring a duck. That also helps. I'm amazed I don't have a puppy yet. Okay, Nightwolf. Take care of your monster. We hope you come back. We'll miss you. I will absolutely say hello to the puppy and rub his belly for you when he wakes up. I know better than to disturb the sleeping puppy. Trust me, he'll be annoying enough when he gets around to it. He's just resting up so he can be extra bothersome. Plus, he's been conspiring with the ducks all day. This is my insurance policy. You will not risk the life and safety of your family, will you? I know where they live, what they do, where they work, when they go to sleep, and what they eat for breakfast. I will not keep an eye on you the entire time. I know I won't be able to keep you in place when I'm out. I won't keep you under lock and key either. The only thing I can do is give you an ultimatum. You give me a year, and your family will be safe and sound. Okay, how much are we believing this guy? Again, this is 2020. He could have taken those photos off Facebook. And they're in Italy, and he's claiming, I have people watching your family in Poland. That's a hell of a reach even for a mobster. Thank you for the funny song in the music chat. I will check that out. I hope Deacon is... that sounds like a threat. Yeah, it is a threat. That's the point. He's threatening to unalive her entire family if she tries to run. But do we think he actually has the capability? Like, that's what I'm not... I'm sorry, I need something more substantial. I need like a live video of somebody looking through the window right now for me to believe that you are capable of taking out 3 people in a different country. Facebook photos would be different. Yeah, true. Depends. Like, it's hard. I don't know. I mean, I guess we're supposed to take him at his word because he is supposed to be like all powerful and, crime boss guy. I sat rooted to the spot and wondered if I could kill him. He should have done that when his back was turned and there was a gun on the table, dumbass. There was a gun lying on the table between us, and I was ready to do what it took to protect my family. I sprang up and snatched the firearm, aiming it at the man. It's going to be unloaded, right? Because he wanted to see if she had the balls to do it, right? Yeah, I'm with Deacon. I think this guy's full of hot air. I 100% do. I wouldn't be believing him. Not with this. But I'm of the doubting Thomas variety, so that's me. He remained in place, calm and impassive, but his eyes were ablaze with anger. You're driving me crazy, Laura. Crazy and mad. Please put the gun down or the situation might get out of control and I may be forced to hurt you. It's definitely unloaded. Cerebellum has a point. He was able to drug and kidnap her. He has kept her hostage for several days already. We do know that, so... yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm not the cautious type. And this is a situation where more caution than me is probably good. Oh, there's that owl again. It's got to be like a I don't know, like a great horned owl or a barn owl. We have so many barn owls all over Ontario, but I live in the city. Who wrote this? Blanka Lipinska. That is the author. I'm sure she's on social media if you wish to comment. But don't be nasty or troll or like spam or dox or anything. I'm saying that to the whole of the internet. Don't be one of those people. But, one comment about the book probably isn't going too far. As soon as he was finished, I closed my eyes and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. Yeah, it's empty. Massimo pounced on me, wrestled the gun from my hand, and jerked me off the armchair, flinging me to the sofa he had jumped off of a second ago. He rolled me to my stomach and bound my hands with the decorative rope attached to one of the pillows. What? Decorative rope attached to one of the pillows is long enough to tie her hands up? Also, that's usually like thick braided, like silky rope that is shit for tying people up. And yes, I know that from experience. Then he sat me up, or rather threw me against the sofa seat. You have to flick off the safety first. Oh, so he's not dead because she didn't know to take the safety off? Never rely on the safety on the gun. That is, even the NRA says don't do that. You want to talk that way? You comfortable? Want to kill me? Think it's so easy. As if nobody tried before you. Dude, this is not about you being invincible. He trailed off, brushed his hair with a hand, sighed, and threw me a cold and furious glance. Dominic, he called out. The young Italian man immediately appeared at the door. He must have been waiting on the other side, ready to enter at any time. Take Laura to her room, but keep the door unlocked, he said in English with that British accent of his. What? This is the first we're hearing that he has a British accent when he speaks English. Like, isn't this guy supposed to be Italian? Why does he have a British accent? He wanted me to understand. Having done that, he turned to me and said, I will not keep you here against your will, but will you risk escaping? See, that's a better tagline than whatever the tagline for the movie is. Yeah, I know, Deacon. It doesn't make any sense. It makes negative sense. I know, I know, I know. Yeah, I have a feeling he's not a card carrying member of the NRA either. I'm talking sure you're gonna have productive criticism. Yes, it doesn't have to be productive criticism. It's okay to just criticize. Yeah, if you learn English in England, like, are we gonna find out, like, I don't know, maybe because he was born into a crime family, he was like sent away to boarding school in England to protect him when he was a kid, from the other crime families, but now he's grown up and has returned to Italy to take his rightful place as the head of the mafioso family after his father died and blah blah blah. And I don't know, insert scenes from The Godfather. I've never seen those movies. Did he break pasta? No, Deacon, I will burn the page that is on immediately. You do not break pasta ever. Ever. It is a crime. It's never, ever, ever happen. You do not break pasta. He lifted me by the rope and passed it to Dominic. So he's just being led around on a rope like a cow. Who accepted the thing with utter impassivity. Massimo tucked his gun behind his belt and left the room. So again, he's got the gun down the front of his pants. That's really smart. Shooting me a last warning glance as he did so. The young Italian gestured to the door and led me by the leash Massimo had bound me with. After walking the same labyrinth of corridors, we reached the room where I had woken up a few hours ago. Dominic untied my hands and closed the door as he left. I waited a couple of minutes, grabbed the handle. The door wasn't locked. I wasn't sure if I wanted to cross the threshold. I probably wouldn't. If it's night, I'm probably gonna not. Well, I'm not gonna escape tonight, but I would definitely be looking around the room for any kind of a weapon, or maybe clothes. Clothes would be a good start since she's naked. I mean, they said they got her stuff from the hotel, so I assume her suitcase is in the room. I sat down on the bed, thoughts spinning in my head. Was he telling the truth? See, somebody actually asked this. Was he being serious? The entire year without my friends, without my family, without Warsaw. I was like, I guess she's from Warsaw. I broke out crying. Would he be able to do something that cruel to my family? Well, if you believe him, then yeah. But seriously, we're just saying she's disappeared for an entire year and nobody cares. Even if you chalk up the boyfriend and friends to being the shittiest people on planet Earth, we're saying her family, because he didn't say anything about explaining anything to her family. He didn't say, I wrote a fake letter to your family as well, saying you're, I don't know, taking a job abroad for a year somewhere with no Wi-Fi. Like, oh, YouTube doesn't like that word being in the chat, Ryan. So yeah, even in the chat, you should censor curse words and, that word. Yeah, YouTube's a pain. YouTube's a royal pain in the ass. Okay, it's a royal fucking pain when it comes to shit like that because they're always changing the rules. They're always stupid about it. They never announce it. They never clarify it, and it's enforced completely arbitrarily. Or he has that weird syndrome that has you speaking foreign languages or accents after brain damage. Yeah. It is really dumb to carry a pew pew like that. Is that not in Poland? Am I having geography fail? I thought it was the capital. But I am genuinely horrible at geography. Is it not called that anymore? Like, it is. I think it is in Poland. It was in Poland. Did it change names? Author does look fairly young, so she might not know history. I think we looked up how old she was, and she was older than we expected. It is in Poland. Okay. And it's still called that. Okay. If you had the choice to be in Warsaw in Poland or in Sicily, Italy, where would you rather be for a year? Minus the kidnapping. I wasn't sure, but I didn't want to test him. A wave of tears flooded from my eyes. I don't know how long I spent crying, but finally exhausted, I fell asleep. It's the capital and the largest city. I'm sure it's a very lovely place. I woke up curled into a ball, still wearing a fluffy white bathrobe. It was dark outside. I wasn't sure if it was the same horrible night Or maybe the next one. I heard hushed male voices from the garden, so I went to the balcony. I couldn't see anyone. The sounds were too quiet for the men to be anywhere close by. Something must be happening on the other side of the property, I thought. Reluctantly, I grabbed the door handle to check if I was free to go. The door was open, and I crossed the threshold. You're gonna go walk up to random voices? Girl, put some clothes on! You've been naked for like 2 days. Put some clothes on! The door was open, and I crossed the threshold, only to spend a long while thinking whether to continue or retreat back into the room. My curiosity won that struggle, and I headed down a long hallway, in the direction of the voices. It was a hot and breezy August night. The drapes in the windows fluttered in the breeze that smelled of the sea. The house was dark and calm. I wondered how it looked by day, without Dominic. I couldn't Without Dominic, I couldn't find my way through the tangled corridors. In just a short while, I was hopelessly lost. The only thing I navigated by were the voices. They were growing louder with each step I took. Passing through a half-open door, I found myself in an enormous hall with gigantic windows overlooking the driveway. I approached the pane of glass and leaned against the thick, tall frame, trying to hide behind it. In the dark, I could see Massimo and several other people. There was a tall man kneeling before them, shouting something in Italian. She's going to watch him blow someone away and then know he's for real, right? His expression suggested terror and panic as he stared wide-eyed at the man in black. Okay, you know his name. Stop cribbing from Westworld. Okay, I saw season 1 Westworld. It rocked. Massimo was standing at ease, his hands in the pockets of his casual pants. He was fixing the pleading man with an icy stare, waiting for him to finish. As soon as he did, Massimo impassively uttered a short sentence or two, took out his gun and shot the man in the head. Called it. Yep. Of course. We have to have her witness him blowing somebody's brains out, because now we know to take him seriously. Now we know that he's a real bad guy and he really will kill her family, etc., etc., etc. Now we know that he's for real because we saw him commit a violent murder, or at least we think we did. The victim's body flopped to the stone driveway. I yelped and put my hands to my mouth to stop myself from screaming. It was no use. Massimo heard me, turned away from the body and looked straight at me. His stare was cold and emotionless, as if killing a man was nothing to him. Well, duh. He grabbed the silencer of the gun and passed the weapon to one of the men standing next to him. I slumped to the floor. Not what I would be doing. I couldn't breathe. I gasped for air. My heart was thumping, but its rhythm was quickly slowing, and so was the pumping of blood to my head. I saw darkness and my stomach cramped, signaling the inevitable release of the champagne I had drunk earlier. That's like 2 days ago, girl! Trust me, there's nothing in your stomach. With trembling hands, I tried untying the belt of the bathrobe that seemed to constrict me so tightly I could barely breathe. I had witnessed the death of a human being. In my head, I could see the scene of execution replaying over and over again. The image made me choke, my lungs completely void of air. I let go, succumbed to the feeling, stopped fighting. During the last moments of consciousness, can I just point out she has spent more of this book unconscious than conscious so far? We're 45 pages in, and she's been unconscious for like 30 of them. During the last moments of consciousness, I felt the belt of the bathrobe loosening and someone's fingers touching my neck, searching for a pulse. One hand slid under my back and went up, passing my neck and holding my head. Another supported my legs. I felt movement. I wanted to open my eyes but couldn't lift my eyelids. There were sounds around me, but only one clear enough to hear. Breathe, Laura. That accent. I knew it was Massimo with his arms around me. The arms of a man who had killed just a moment before. He took me to my room, kicking open the door. I felt him laying me down on the bed. I was still struggling to breathe. My heaving breath was getting less chaotic and panicked, but I still couldn't inhale deeply. There was still too little oxygen. Massimo opened my mouth with one hand and slid a pill under my tongue. This is not good. Don't be afraid, darling girl. No! No! Piggyback! No! No! No, that's not happening. No! No! He is not going to call her that. That is, no! I use that in my fan fiction occasionally when I'm being extra sappy. He doesn't get to call her darling girl. That's my phrase, goddammit! No! That is on the burn list right now. As soon as the back of this page is read, I'm burning this entire page. No way in hell. That is my phrase. No! Don't get to have it in your god-awful writing. Hell no! Also, ow. No! Don't be afraid, darling girl. Suck it so hard. It's heart medicine. The doctor left it just in case of such a situation. Was it nitrous? Because that's usually a spray. A while later, my breathing went back to normal. Or is it just like basic sedative because her heart rate is to slow down? Either will do. Oxygen finally got into my lungs and my heart steadied its rhythm. I sank into the sheets and fell into a deep sleep, definitely sleeping pills. Oh, good. The next, okay, end of chapter, by the way. And I need to stretch really badly. Oh, but we are setting this page on fire! Because that is my phrase! I claim it, okay? My story. I'm the darling girl in the story, and I'm not in this, so, yeah. It's called Bad Books with the goal is to find good ones. No, not really, no. Can't stand authors that don't take the time to learn history, because all of that makes sense. Thank goodness what, that we're about to play with fire. Yeah, book really deserves it. Oh, stretch, 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 stretch. Always try to stretch when you've been sitting for a while, especially if you're like me and you tend to hunch. I still haven't worked out what to add as like a signature costume piece for this, because it's the only thing we've got so far is a white bathrobe, and I don't own one of those, and I'm not going to buy one just for this. So it's got to be something I can make or repurpose or sew myself or something like that. We'll figure something out. We'll figure out something. But now we get to play with fire. I'm going to be so happy and try not to burn through several pages. This is the first time we're setting the book on fire, so I don't know how it's going to react. I'm assuming it's not printed on flash paper like the others were, but we'll see. For anyone who's new here, I have a working smoke alarm. I have a glass of water, a glass of tea, and a half a liter of water in a jug beside me, so if the fire gets out of hand, we'll be okay. We planned for all contingencies, and we do practice safety here. Again, if anyone would like to put handcuffs on me because it makes me feel calmer and somehow more in control, don't ask me why. I'm a fucked up individual. That's how it works. This would be a good time for that. Or chugging as we are coming up to the appropriate hour to start drinking heavily. But anytime the word mine, as in him referring to her as mine, or darling girl comes up, that's now the burn list. I mean, somebody write that down for me, please. But here we go. Inaugural playing with fire. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, that went up crispy. That went up real crispy. That definitely burned the other page more than I thought. Oh, yeah. Oh, that burned through a few pages. Okay. I didn't think it would do this. It didn't go up like flash paper. This is actually pretty thick. It's pretty thick paper, but it just, wow. That just evaporated. Because, yeah, hole. There's a hole. Okay, there's a hole right through the book. And it burned the other page pretty significantly. Oh, it actually, wow. It actually put a hole in the next page too. Can we see? Yeah. Put a hole in the next page too. Okay, note to self, be a little gentler when playing with fire. Got it, noted. Just remember, this is a translation, I know. Having had nitrous before for panic attacks, she's gravely mistaken. That's what I thought. I don't think nitrous is a panic attack thing. That's why I think he probably gave her like Ativan or something. You know, or Xanax or... Yes, the book is trash. And don't play with fire. Yes, that's true. Don't play with fire. Really. Do as I say, not as I do. Ever try telling that to a kid? The look they give you is spectacular. Because I remember giving it. Now, granted, my mom didn't often try to pull that because she thought it was bullshit too. No, she was more the type to say to me, I know you're going to make your own mistakes and that you can't learn from mine. Just tell me when you fuck up. It was fair. When I opened my eyes, it was day. It was laying in white sheets, wearing a t-shirt and briefs. Okay, so she finally has clothes on. Oh, chapter 3. I seem to recall falling asleep with the bathrobe on. Had the man in black changed my clothes? Why are you still referring to him as the man in black? You know his name. Whether you like him or hate him or whatever, you know his name. Like, it's just stupid. In order to do that, he'd have to first remove the bathrobe. He's already seen you naked, girl. And that meant he's seen me naked. No, that happened the night before. That thought wasn't exactly pleasant, even though it had to be said that Massimo was as handsome as they got. So because he's good looking, it's okay that he completely violated her and had seen her naked while she was unconscious. That's fine because he's good looking, because that's how that fucking works. Yeah, that's true. Well, there are all those old cliches about, pastors' children. They're generally true. The events of last night flitted before my eyes. I gasped in fear and pulled the duvet over my head. All this information, the 365 days he was giving me, my family, Martin's betrayal, and the death of that man. It was too much for one night. Are we still saying that neither the boyfriend nor the friends nor the family are going to report her missing? Like, I'm sorry, there needs to be more. You may have mentioned that you can't stand this book, but do it like 100 more times so we're really sure. And I genuinely mean that. And ask what this week's book is, but let's face it, I'll never read it. Yeah, you know what book it is. It's the same horrible book, and it's just getting worse. He's now, let me catch persnickety up. He's now informed her that apparently he has guys. We now know that while they are in Italy, she's originally from Poland, Warsaw, which is in Poland, in case you know. And he's got people watching her family and has now explained to her that if she tries to escape, he will kill her family. And that he left a letter, a forged letter from her, allegedly from her, like not real, but he forged a letter from her, left it for the boyfriend saying, I'm going home, I'm leaving you, I'm moving out of your apartment, don't ever talk to me again. And apparently this explains why the boyfriend and friends are just completely fine that she has disappeared off the face of planet Earth. And they're mostly true. Oh, and then of course she like accidentally witnessed him executing someone so that we know that he really is a bad guy and he really will kill people. So now we believe him. I don't even know the characters, but has vibes of the Mister. Yeah, little. Yeah. Well, like I said, these are known to be inspired by the 50 Shades books. And for when these came out and the movies came out, that is exactly when the Mister books were coming out. Like the Mister came out in like 2009 or 2019. This came out in like 2020 or 2021. So I think it was largely based off all of that. You know, like the collective works of E.L. James, because yeah, there's vibes of both in here. Oh, and of course you haven't seen our new wine glass because I broke the old one, and I'm very sad about it, and I don't like this glass at all. It's too light. I don't know the size of it, which is making it hard to calculate how much wine to pour. And yes, I calculate things like that. But on the other one, I knew how much was how much. On this one, I don't know how much is how much, but this doesn't seem like enough. So we're gonna chop this up a little. I really gotta, like, in the new year, I gotta find a proper glass. Okay, that's better. That's probably too much. An old alcohol is not to love. Okay. I'm like neurodivergent girl. I had the same glass for years. I understood it. I knew how it felt in my hand. I knew how much wine to pour exactly to where the line was. Okay, it's a very me being a little OCD-ish thing, and also being autistic and not liking change. And also, I broke it. Like, I didn't lose it or sell it. I broke it. And I couldn't believe it. I was very upset. I was genuinely very upset for several hours. I was absolutely fuming. And I don't like this glass at all. Okay, I don't like it. It's not my glass. It's too light. I don't know the measurements. I don't like it. But it's all I've got. So I'm trying to suck it up. But part of me is like, I'm genuinely tearing up right now, which is disgusting. And I feel really stupid for it. But it is happening because when I get frustrated, I bawl my eyes out. It's one of the most annoying things on planet Earth that when I get this much frustrated, just bawling, and I don't even feel like I'm crying, but I will just start hysterically crying if I get really frustrated. I've never been able to control it. It's the most annoying thing. Like, I absolutely hate it. Because then people are like, oh, it's not that big a deal. Why are you crying about it? And I'm like, I'm not fucking crying. I know I'm physically crying, but I'm not crying. Shut up. Get out of my face. I hate you. This works on the playground, not so much in real life. You gotta get one of those glasses that pours out when you fill it up too. The desire with which I want to slam that whole glass right now. Oh, and we did set the book on fire once already. We have 2 things on the burn list, mine and Darling Girl, which I'm going to remember to write down later. Actually, just grab a marker and write them on my arm right now. Who else is above the age of 30 and you still write on your hand, arm, or something when you need to make a note? Even though you have a phone with a memo pad on it. It wasn't me who changed your clothes. I heard a muffled voice saying through the duvet. Is he in the room? Did he sleep next to her? Because that's creepy on like a whole other level. I slowly pulled it off and looked at the man in black. He was sitting in a grand armchair by the bed. This time he was wearing a more casual outfit. Gray joggers and a white tank top accentuating the muscles of his wide shoulders and perfectly chiseled arms. Oh god, this is another book where like every time we see him, we're going to be reminded of how good looking he is, like with Gray. He was barefoot. His hair was in disarray. If not for the fact that he was looking so fresh and tempting, I'd have thought he just woke up. I accidentally burned this part of the page. Give me a second. Maria, my cousin, did it. He was saying. He was saying. Maria, my cousin, did it. He was saying. I wasn't even there. I promised you I won't do anything without your consent, though I won't pretend I wasn't tempted to watch. Yeah, do we think there's not cameras in this room and everywhere in this mansion? Especially because you were unconscious. So defenseless. I'm sorry, you were especially tempted to watch her having her clothes changed and seeing her naked because she was unconscious and defenseless? As if we needed to hate him more. But I suspect this won't be the last. And I was sure you wouldn't slap me in the face this time, said the guy holding her hostage with the threat of killing her entire family. And you're worried about getting slapped in the face, really? He said, raising his brows in amusement. I saw him smile for the first time. He looked carefree and happy. For him, the dramatic events of last night were already forgotten. Like, is she writing this after the fact? Is that why it keeps switching into third person? That's going to be a thing at the end that she's like writing their love story, her memoirs, or something like that. I sat up and rested my head against the wooden headboard. Massimo, his roguish smile not disappearing, reclined in the armchair, crossed his legs, and waited for me to speak. You killed a man, I breathed, my eyes tearing up. You shot him just like that, without emotion, as if it was just another thing. His eyes immediately lost their playfulness, and the smile vanished from his face, replaced with an unflinching mask of severity I already knew. He betrayed the family. I am its head, so he betrayed me. Massimo leaned closer. I told you, but apparently you thought I was joking. I do not tolerate defiance and insubordination, Laura. There's nothing as important as loyalty. You're not ready for all this, and you can't ever be ready for what you saw yesterday. He trailed off and stood up, walking over to the bed and sitting on its edge. He combed through my hair with a hand as if checking that I was real. At some point, he slid his hand under my head and grabbed me by the hair hard. Oh, yeah, this is a great way to get her, like, on your side. After saying you're not going to do anything and you're not going to touch her and you won't rape her, now you're sitting on the bed and you're grabbing her by her hair. Yeah, no, I totally believe you're not a fucking pig. And I was debating whether that was going to be a thing in this, because what is it? What is it with rapists and perverts in books always grabbing the hair? Why is this a thing? Seriously, why? Like, my neck hurts just reading it. Grabbed me by the hair hard. He flung his leg over me and sat astride me, pinning me down. Yeah, this is really going to make her trust you. His breathing quickened and his eyes flared with passion and animalistic ferocity. Because, of course, thinking about murder, now he's turned on. So he's very much like Gray. I went rigid with terror, and it must have shown on my face. Massimo saw it, and he liked it. Yeah, we've already established he gets off on fear. After the events of last night, I knew this man was no joke. Really? Because he's kind of coming off as a joke. He's so cartoonishly over the top. If I wanted my family to be safe, I needed to accept his terms, or learn how to take the safety off a gun. That also works. Massimo clamped his hand even harder on the back of my head, trailing his nose across my face. Ah! Ah! I'm gonna have nightmares about that. Ah, creepy. Ah! Could have said he licked my face and it'd be less creepy than that. Ah! He inhaled deeply, taking in the scent of my skin. She hasn't had a shower in like 4 days. I wanted to close my eyes to show him the depth of my contempt, to overcome my own fear, but I was hypnotized by the savagery of his gaze and couldn't take my eyes off him. I'm gonna laugh so much reading this. He was a beautiful man. Exactly my type. Black eyes, dark hair, large and full lips, a light subtly on his face. We have a puppy. Who wants to see a puppy? Oh, yes! He didn't need a second invitation. Oh, look at the puppy. I command everyone, look at the puppy. Hi. Going, Mommy, you have that stuff on your face that means I can't lick you. I'm disappointed, puppy. No, don't put me down. I'm a baby. I'm a baby. Oh, she did take a shower. You're right. She took a shower like 2 days ago. Well, maybe it was yesterday. I don't know. We're a little off on time. Yes, we all take notes in our hand. Love that puppy used to be with the students. They're not traumatic for him. No, he's definitely killed people before. He doesn't feel anything. It's always about control, yes. But what is he even trying to control in this moment? There's no reason for him to be a violent, sex predator right now. Like, if anything, yeah. Will you be arrested? But you will also survive, yes. Exactly. Blow his fucking brains out and run, girl. But for right now, everyone say hi to the puppy. Consider buying him a duck. He always tries to steal them. Don't you? Yes. No, I would never do that. I never try to steal the ducks. I don't try to do that. I don't try to steal the ducks and eat them. I don't do that. I never tried to do that. I didn't try to do that. No. You didn't see me do that. I didn't do it. I'm a good boy. I'm a really good boy. Look at my sweater. You know I'm a good boy because I have a sweater. That's how you know I'm a good puppy. Yeah, it's 'cause I have a sweater. Oh, I know I'm not holding you right. I know. I'm such a bad mommy sometimes. I know I don't cuddle you the way you want to be cuddled 24/7. Or carry you around in a baby carrier. Or feed your chicken all the time. What are you staring at? You want to sniff the book? You did have to give it a very thorough sniff because I think it came from a house with other dogs in it. Because I bought it like used. And when I threw the packaging away, he pulled it out of the garbage and stuck his head in it. So I think it must have smelled like other dogs. He needed to make sure that there were not other dogs in the package, And he put me on mute because that's what he does. And we'll rub the belly because we told Nightwolf we'd rub the belly. Yes, rub the belly, rub the belly, rub the belly. Rub the belly, rub the belly, rub the belly. Say hi to the tail. Look, I have a tail. And sometimes I'm aware of it. Of course, you used to only be aware of your tail when you wanted to smack the kitty in the face with it. Or if Kitty ran up behind him and bit him on the tail, which he kind of deserved. Because you whacked him in the face with your tail first. Good baby. Yes, good baby. Yeah, sure. Okay. I'm gonna put you down, okay? Go hold your pillow down for a while, okay? Okay? Yeah, you do that. You go hold your pillow down. Like a good puppy. There we go. Yeah, good boy. There's a good boy. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna start drinking in 10 minutes, so if anybody would like me to start off by chugging this entire glass, now is definitely your moment. He was a beautiful man, exactly my type. Black eyes. What is it with people in this book having black eyes? It's weird. Dark hair, large and full lips. A light stubble on his face. Now delicately tickling my cheeks. And that body! There's an exclamation point. There's a fuck. The dude is pinning her down in bed, ripping her hair out. She's aware that he just murdered somebody, but wow, has he got a great body! On the list of things I would not be thinking about, that's like number 10,781. Long, lean legs around my hips, strong and muscular arms, and a wide chest that I could see through the tight tank top. What kind of guy is like? I swear, tank top is being mistranslated because tank top to me is a spaghetti strap top. If they mean what's also called a wife beater, I get that, but still, bleh. I said I won't do anything without your consent, but I don't know if I'll be able to stop myself after all. So there we go. Well, and also, dude, you're sitting on top of her on the bed, you know, so kind of no consent for what you're doing right now. He whispered, looking me in the eyes. He grabbed my hair and jerked my head back, pushing it into the pillow. I moaned softly. Yeah, that's the response, not ow, get off me. Massimo sucked in a gust of air and then slowly and delicately inserted his right leg between my thighs. He rubbed against me with his manhood. Like, would you not be like falling apart and terrified and like kicking into either freeze or fight here because flight's not an option? I could feel it on my hip. He wanted me so bad. I, on the other hand, could only feel fear. Maybe you should act like it. I want to have you, Laura. I need to have you whole. He was trailing his nose along my face. Why is this a thing? Nobody does this in the real world. When you're so fragile and helpless, I want you even more. I want to fuck you like nobody ever did before. I want you to feel pain and rapture. I want to be your last lover. That sounds like he's gonna fuck her to death. That's how I'm taking that. And thank you, creepy murderer, rapist, kidnapper guy, for saying, even when she eventually goes to him willingly, that he likes a high degree of pain as part of sex. Again, if that's you, fine. And I'm somebody who definitely, has spent time in that territory on both sides of it. So I'm all for you do you here. But this isn't consensual. If you like pain or you like inflicting pain and you can find somebody who is happy to be on the giving or receiving side and it works and everyone's of age and consensual, do anything you fucking want. Enjoy it. And then do it again and enjoy it more. But this is not that. And that owl is really making the laps. He was saying all this while his hips were rhythmically rubbing against me, so he's dry humping her, because that's not terrifying. I understood that the game I was going to be a part of has just begun. I hadn't. This may be the dumbest line I've ever read in my life. I had nothing to lose. I knew we were going to get there eventually because she has to feel like that eventually, but I thought it was going to be after she escapes and she would like have this moment of like, well, nobody's missed me for the last like 4 months. You know, my family, my friends, ex-boyfriend, they all got on with their lives just fine with me, so I have nowhere to go. You know, do they even want me back? And then she has like the despair spiral and goes back to him. But I had nothing to lose. You got a great deal to lose right now. My options were either to spend the next 365 days fighting with this man, which could only end in defeat, or learn the rules of the game and play it. No, that is not what it is. Because he has said, if you don't fall in love with me in a year, I will let you go. So I'm going to spend that year spending as little time with him as possible. And I'm definitely going to try to escape as much as I possibly can, or just off him, whichever one. But you have plenty to lose, girl. I would think what he's doing to you right now would be a major indicator of some of what you have to lose. But this is not a game. You cannot win. Slowly, I lifted my hands above my head, resting them on the pillow, showing submission and defenselessness. So yeah, let's just invite the rapist to keep going. After he said, "I want you helpless and defenseless," let's give him that. And what? What is your end game here? What if I sleep with him? His guard will fall down, and I'll be able to. No, she's not even thinking like that. Like, in the moment, he is physically hurting her, so she could just be going like, okay, if I want him to not hurt me, I should maybe play along a little bit. But that's not how you do that. Seeing that, the man in black let my hair go and intertwined his fingers with mine, pinning my hands to the bed. That's better, he breathed. I'm glad you understand me. Oh, God. I need a drink so very, very badly. Massimo's impressive cock was rubbing against my hip faster and harder. I could feel it slide over my tummy. I'm not gonna be sick. This is why the Tums. Okay, really not gonna throw up. Do you want me? I asked, lifting my head slightly, tracing my lower lip across his chin. I'm sorry, she's gone from like, again, like, no. Nobody acts like this. He moaned, and before I could react, his tongue was already in my mouth. Yeah! There we go. She's been calling for about an hour and a half around him. And already they're this. Pushing itself in frantically, deep, in a desperate search for my own. His grip on my hand slackened and I could free my right arm. Engrossed by the kiss, he didn't notice. I raised my right knee and pushed him away, simultaneously slapping him in the face with my free hand. Okay, I wish he'd said I raised my knee into his balls and grabbed the gun that he seems to perpetually have in his belt and remembered to take off the safety this time and shot him in the face. That's what I wish she had said. Slapping him in the face with my free hand. Is this the respect you said you'd show me? I screamed. I remember you saying something about waiting for my express consent instead of misinterpreting any perceived signs. Okay, so I guess we're supposed to think she has, like, I don't know, moxie or balls or something, or like she's, you know, she's a fiery, deceptive little thing or whatever. I'm sure this is supposed to make her look good somehow. I don't think the author knows the difference between being seduced and being sexually assaulted. I'm pretty sure there's a difference, though. You're correct. There's a difference. But yeah, clearly to the author, they are the same thing. Very much so. Maybe she was drugged with aphrodisiacs. That would make sense. You know, or if they were being pumped into the room through the vents, you know, that thing. Or just oxytocin. Every other line is her being turned on, then she's talking about trying to survive. Yeah, I know, it's so... Like, the book is practically bipolar. With how it's behaving. Like, seriously. Ugh. Okay, that owl is looking for someone. Probably another owl, but it's calling to somebody because I can hear it doing loops. And it's calling out for, like I said, I'm guessing another owl. I don't know when their mating season is, but it is unseasonably warm right now, so maybe that, you know, stirred up some... Thankfully, Bo is under his puppy bed, or he'd be running and hiding from the owl, because the kid told him that it will come take him away. Because evil kitty. Freaking gnats. Need glasses. Okay, I think we're good. Na zdrowie. You know, also, are we going for the, again, a little cribbed from... Winter is the great horned owl mating season. Yeah, because I think there's like a 50-50 chance that it is a great horned owl for the area that I'm in. It's either a great horned owl or it's a barn owl. One of the two. So yeah, if this is their mating season, that's what I'm hearing. Because, yeah, wow. You know, but are we going for the whole, you know, oh, he's such a monster, he only knows how to be a violent rapist when it comes to sex, and she's gonna, like, teach him how to have, like, calm, normal sex like Grey and the whole pretending to be vanilla thing? Or, Dany in Game of Thrones Season 1. Massimo froze. When he turned his head back to me, his eyes were calm and expressionless. If you hit me one more time, what are you going to do? Kill me? I barked before he could finish. She has a point here. Because he won't want to, like, he's not going to kill her. He's not going to want to, like, you know, scar her, mess up her face or anything like that. Which is not to say he can't break her arm or something like that. But, what do you do? He withdrew, sitting on the edge of the bed. For a while he just stared at me. And then suddenly he burst out in loud, clear, and completely sincere laughter. That wouldn't be scary AF. In that moment, he looked like a young boy. For all I knew, he might have been one. I had no idea as to his real age. But in that instant, he looked younger than me. I have a feeling he's not a young boy because he's the head of a crime family and blew somebody's brains out in front of you. Not that you have to be an adult for either one of those, but it helps. How are you not Italian? He asked. This doesn't feel like the Slavic temperament. Is that even okay to say? How many Slavic girls do you know? Oh, one is enough, he replied, still mirthful, and jumped off the bed. And I can say I am half Italian, so I know all about the accused of having the Italian temper thing, and it's definitely true at times. This is also why I get loud and animated and talk with my hands. I didn't even grow up with the Italian side of my family. I only met them 2 or 3 times my whole life. Still mirthful and jumped off the bed. He turned to me smiling and said, "This is going to be a great year, but I do have to learn to dodge faster. You caught me off time. You caught me off guard this time, sweetheart. Any term of endearment is on the burn list. Fuck it." He headed to the door, but before crossing the threshold, he stopped and shot me another glance. "Your things are here." Dominic arranged them in the closets. Not too many of them, but still. For someone who's supposed to be here only 5 days, you have a surprising amount of clothes. Not to mention shoes. Well, isn't it great he's an overpacker? So now she has enough clothes. Not I'm also sure that like at some point either he's going to send her out shopping and we'll get a pretty woman montage, or just clothes will appear that of course will magically fit. Like clothes ever fucking fit that well. We do need to do something with your outfits though. I'll be back in the afternoon and we'll go buy you something new. Underwear and whatever else you would like. Yeah, I'm so going lingerie shopping with you because that's not creepy. This room is yours unless you find another one you like more. The servants know who you are. So he's got an entire domestic staff and however many henchmen that are just completely fine with going along with him holding a woman captive. Yep, okay. Call Dominic if you need anything. The cars and drivers are at your disposal, though I'd prefer it if you didn't travel alone. You will get a security detail. They will do their best not to look too conspicuous. As someone had one of those from a time or two, that's impossible. Believe me. Like, I was walking through the mall once because I needed a shortcut through the mall, and people started getting out of my way because there was a guy in a suit with the aviator shades walking behind me. I was on my way to a thing. It wasn't the way that it sounds, but I had to put up with it just for the day. Yeah, we were on lunch break, and so I went to the mall because it has food. No, I will say bodyguard guy came in handy for when I got lost because I don't know the Eaton Center Mall and it is huge and very confusing, and we had like 10 minutes to get back to the building with the meeting in it, and I didn't begin to have the first clue where to go. I tried to keep track. I really tried, but for those who know, the Eaton Center Mall stretches over like a collective 8 blocks of downtown Toronto. It is several different buildings, most of which are connected with either skyway bridges or underground. It is so big, it has its own subway system. It also, in places, is up to 8 stories tall. And it is on both sides of the street on 2 of the streets. It's massive and it's really confusing if you don't know it, and I'd never been there before. I will give you your telephone and computer in the evening, but we'll have to discuss some terms before I do. Okay, dude, just give her like a phone that's like jailbroken, only works one way, and a laptop that's been like air gapped from Wi-Fi. Like, I stared at him, eyes wide, wondering what I was actually feeling. My thoughts were racing, and I couldn't focus with the taste of Massimo's mouth still on my lips. His penis was still erect, throbbing, and I couldn't take my eyes off it. How can you tell through his clothes that it's throbbing? And also, why are you looking? I think I had a crush on my captor. Ow. There was no way to know if it was my subconscious reaction to Martin's betrayal, a need to take some kind of revenge, or else the desire to show Massimo just how tough I could be, because you slutting for him makes you tough. I do not think that word means what you think it means. Meanwhile, Massimo continued. The residence has a private beach, jet skis, and motorboats, but you aren't allowed to use them just yet. So he's like Scrooge McDuck rich. There's a pool in the garden. Dominic will show you around. He will be your personal assistant and translator if it comes to that. Some people don't know English around here. I chose him for his great love of fashion, so he's definitely gay. Besides, he's about your age. How old are you? I interrupted him. He let go of the door handle and leaned against the doorframe. Shouldn't godfathers be old guys? Excuse me. Massimo narrowed his eyes and replies, keeping his stare fixed on me. I'm not capo tutti capo. Hair older, you're right. I'm capo familia, or Don, but that's a long story. If you're interested, I'll tell you later. So probably his father's like still alive, but has like kind of retired. He turned around and walked down the hallway until he vanished through one of the dozens of doors. I stayed still for a moment longer, analyzing my predicament. Thinking about it felt exhausting, so I decided to keep myself busy. I'd had my first real chance to see the mansion in daylight. My room must have been at least 860 square feet. It had everything I could want. A walk-in closet straight out of Sex and the City, for instance. Only nearly empty. The things I had taken with me to Sicily filled only about 100th of the gigantic room. Shoe shelves were empty, too. Most drawers contained only satin lining and nothing else. The place needed some filling. These are not the thoughts you have being held hostage. Aside from the walk-in closet, I also got an enormous bathroom, the one I had used during the night. I'd been too shocked and dazed then to really take in the impressive room. The huge open shower had steam sauna function and was lined with massage jets that looked like towel hangers. Inside the dressing table with the mirror, I was delighted to find some cosmetics of all my favorite brands. Here we go, and here's a puppy. Dior, Louis, Yves Saint Laurent. No! Guerlain and Chanel. No, you fucking bitch! No! Again, that is mine. Guerlain is mine, okay? That is mine. It is in my book. It's not allowed to be in this book, and I'm gonna burn this entire fucking, you stupid. That is mine. Book's been reading my secret writing. Alright, up, come on, up. But no, Guerlain is mine. That is my signature scent for my character. You don't get to use it. Puppy, eat the book. Just eat the book, okay? If I put peanut butter on it, will you eat it? That actually wouldn't work with him. He's not so much of a peanut butter dog. No, doesn't get to use that brand. That brand is mine. We can share Yves Saint Laurent, but not Guerlain. That's mine. I need a puppy. Puppy, make it go away. Eat the book. How about you pee on it? You want to pee on it? Look, I'm holding your leg for you. You can pee. He's going, what are you doing? What are you doing, Mommy? You've lost your mind. What are you doing? If I put it under a tree, will you pee on it? He's helping. Aren't you pretty, baby? Aren't you helping? Yes, you are. You're helping. But I have a feeling we're going to be playing with fire quite a lot. So I'll get better. Right, baby? Right? Yeah. Yeah, you want to burn the book? You want to burn the book, huh? You want to do that? Hmm? You go, baby? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Okay, everybody tell him he's a good baby. Yes, that's my good baby. And you're so pretty. And your nice clean sweater that you're doing your best to make as pretty as possible, as fast as possible. Yes. Okay. Okay, good boy. Yes. I love you, little baby. Yes. There we go. Love you so much. Okay. I have to read the other side of the page before I can burn that. But I can burn Sweetheart, because fuck this book. It's very flammable. I'm encouraged for when we shall burn the entire thing. I think it will work. Just keeping the lighter right here. Chanel and lots of others. Bottles of perfume crowded the counter next to the sink, and one of them was my beloved Lancome Midnight Rose. At first, I wondered how he knew, but he knew everything about me. Or he took it from your room. So much mundane little details, like my favorite perfume, which he must have found in my baggage. Duh! Duh, you stupid bitch. So he has no idea that that is your favorite perfume. It was in your bag. Shouldn't have been a mystery to him. I took a long hot shower, washed my hair. It needed it desperately by that time. For some reason, that's in brackets. Bottom of the page. Why is it needed it desperately by that time in brackets? Who is she talking to? Who is she narrating this for? And went to the closet to choose something comfy to wear. It was at least 86 degrees Fahrenheit outside. We know we're in Europe. So I selected a long, flowy, raspberry-colored, bareback dress and wedge heel sandals. I wanted to dry my hair, but before I finished dressing, it was already dry. I bound it into a casual bun and headed out into the hallway. The house looked a bit like like the mansion from Dynasty. Isn't that a show from like the 80s? Only more Italian flavored. It was gigantic and very impressive. Passing through dozens of rooms, I found more portraits of women from Massimo's visions. Does she even know about the visions? Did he tell her? I don't remember. They were beautiful, presenting me in a variety of poses. I still couldn't understand how he was able to depict me so closely without having seen me before. I went down to the gardens, meeting no one on my way. I wondered what servants were as I strolled the path lined with meticulously pruned greenery. Finally, I stumbled on the entrance to the beach. There was a little dock there with a beautiful white motorboat and several jet skis floating in the quay. Can we say escape plan? I took my shoes off and stepped onto the boat. The keys to the ignition were right there. lying unguarded next to the steering wheel. Okay, so let's go. For a moment, I entertained the thought of breaking Massimo's laws. As soon as I touched the keyring, I heard a voice from behind me. I would prefer it if you didn't do that today. I spun around, startled, and saw the young Italian. So he's been like silently following her and she didn't know. Dominic, I just wanted to know if they fit, I stammered with an idiotic grin on my face. I can assure you they do. If you'd like a little trip on the boat, we can arrange it after breakfast. Food. Oh my god, when had I last eaten? I wasn't sure how much time I'd spent asleep. In fact, I didn't have an inkling as to what day or hour it was. Yeah, she probably hasn't eaten in 4 days, but. All right, come here. One more cuddle. Come on. Up. Come on. Okay. Yes, you all know how he gets when he's sleepy. Turns into a baby, a little toddler that needs a cuddle before you go back to sleep. Yes. Yes, baby. You're gonna go to sleep, okay? It's nap times. Go into your puppy bed so the owl can't get you. Yes. He's very sleepy. He's just being stubborn. Yes, you're sleepy. Sleepy little baby. Yes, you are. Yes. Sleepy baby. Oh, yeah. Yes, yes. Sleepy baby. That's my good boy. Yeah. That's my good boy. Good baby. Yes, you are. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. There we go. There we go. There we go. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Oh, good squishy. Okay. Go lay down, okay? It's nap times. Go, baby. The thought of eating made my stomach rumble loudly. I was starving, but with all those conflicting emotions, I'd simply forgotten about it. With an expansive gesture, Dominic directed me to get off the boat, offered me a hand, and led me up the quay. I allowed myself to prepare you breakfast in the garden. It's not that hot today, and I thought you'd enjoy it, he said. Yeah, right, I thought. But 86 degrees wasn't that hot around here, I realized. Why not eat outside after all? Okay, I think like 86 is hot enough that I'd be dying. I don't do heat well. But did you think I forgot about the perfume? I didn't forget about the perfume. Actually, I need to finish reading this page first because I'm definitely going to burn it all the way through. But then we're burning that because it's mine. Dominic led me through the garden to a great terrace on the other side of the mansion. The view seemed familiar. My room had to be somewhere on this side of the house. There was a makeshift gazebo on the stone floor, closely resembling the enclosures at the restaurant where we had eaten the first night. It had thick wooden supports that served as anchors for the great sheets of sailcloth stretched ahead as protection from the sun. Beneath the gently waving roof, there was a long table made of the same wood as the supports, and a set of comfortable-looking chairs with white pillows. The breakfast was worthy of a queen, and my hunger had only intensified. There were platters of cheeses, olives, aromatic cuts, pancakes, fruit, eggs, everything I loved. Basically, that's standard breakfast. I sat at the table and Dominic vanished. I was used to eating alone, but dealing with the heaps of delicious food would be all the more pleasant with someone to accompany me. A while later, the young man returned carrying a bundle of newspapers. I thought you might want to read today's papers, ma'am. Having said that, he turned away and walked into the villa. I glanced at the papers and realized they were all Polish. Oh, there's words in Polish I'm not even going to try to pronounce. I'm assuming they are the real titles of actual like Polish newspapers. and a Polish issue of Vogue and some British tabloids. Because if you go for British papers, just go for the tabloids, really. I felt better immediately. At least I could read about the goings-on in my home country. Helping myself to all the delicacies and leafing through the papers, I wondered if for the next year this would be the only way I would read news from Poland. Sometimes later I finished my breakfast. I had no strength to do anything taxing. I was too stuffed. Apparently eating so much after several days of fasting was not the brightest idea. Yeah, you really would not be feeling so great. I'd be going for a nap. But first we burn what is mine. Okay, it really does like to catch fire. Okay, smother. Go out. Okay, accidentally burned through a couple of pages. Just little. Ooh. Okay, I burned the back of a page I haven't read yet. Oops. I'm sure we will not miss anything too terribly compelling. But yeah, book has extreme flammability. Ugh, it smells weird. Ugh, it smells like burned celery. Like, or rotten celery, maybe. Yeah, weird. It smells like celery. But like burned or rotten celery or something. That is so weird. In the distance, in a remote corner of the garden, I noticed a large beach sofa in the shade of a canopy. It would be the perfect place to wait through the stomachache. I headed that way, taking the rest of the papers with me. I took my shoes off and crawled onto the soft couch, tossing the magazines next to me and making myself comfortable. The view from the sofa was amazing. Small boats floated lazily on the sea. A motorboat was towing a parachute with two people enjoying the ride. And the azure water looked so inviting with the monumental rock formations jutting from the waves, offering the promise of equally beautiful views below the surface. A cool breeze was blowing from the sea, and all the sugar in my blood was making me drowsy. I allowed myself to recline deeper into the soft pillows. Okay, so if there's people that close, there's got to be a way that you could, like, either swim out to them or signal for help, hold up a very large sign. Like, but apparently no, she has just, like, lock, stock, and barrel bought his, premise of if you try to escape, I will kill your family, and therefore she just has no thought of escape. Not that she did before she knew that. Like if she had started out by like planning to escape and then like came to realize that he's serious and he is that powerful and that well connected and etc., I can approve of this. But she has just been acting like she's still on vacation the entire time when not saying how incredibly hot he is. And has chat stopped working or has everybody died? Are you going to sleep through another day? A quiet whisper with a British accent woke me up. I opened my eyes only to see Massimo sitting next to me, observing me. I miss you, he said, lifting my hand in his and placing a kiss on the back of my hand. I've never said that to anybody. I never felt this way. I've been thinking about you the whole day, that you're finally here. Still a bit dazed after the nap, I stretched out lazily, arching my body. The thin dress must have exposed my curves. Massimo shot up and took a step back. His eyes were full of that animal lust again. Dear God. Still here, spinning yarn. Are you spinning it into gold? Or ducks? Or sweaters for ducks? We could put sweaters on ducks. I can't knit, but I'll figure it out. Oh, and since I said I would promo stuff more, a reminder to everyone that the link at the top of the chat for the PayPal, which helps me do things like groceries and hydro and phone bill and internet bill and blah, blah, blah. We have for $10 these ducks left there, the only ones left in the bag. We only have 4 of them left. And then we have 6 painted ducks, also for $10 because it's the holidays. So why not share the love? Even the ones that were more expensive have come down because it's the holidays. Though if you do sponsor a painted duck, please specify which duck. For $25, I will put on these handcuffs for the remainder of the evening at this point, so that's a bargain. There's a key in here as well as one on a string around my desk because we practice safety here always. So even though these are real cuffs, we have 2 keys to make sure that we are always safe. For $50, I will refill this glass slightly higher and chug the entire thing, hopefully in one. Or for an insane amount of $100, I will put on this spiked bra for the remainder of the evening. Not penetrative spikes. They are a little bit blunt. They do not cause blood, just pain. And that's why they're fun. Okay, end of shameless plug. Can you stop that? He asked, shooting me a warning glare. If you keep being so provocative, you may regret it. So he's again, we're already victim blaming. Yes, I can't possibly have self-control with you having, a body. Seeing his stare, I jumped to my feet and stopped right in front of him. Without my heels, I didn't even reach his chin. I was stretching. It's a natural thing you do after waking up, isn't it? But since you're so touchy, I won't do it again with you around. I said, pouting. Why are you pouting? Throw a rock at this guy. I think you know perfectly well what you did there, Massimo retorted, lifting my chin with his fingers. He does all of the great things! The grab, the hair, the tilting her chin, the being a pig. Like, I swear, she was reading 50 Shades, and, like, she had 50 Shades on one screen and was writing this on the other, probably by copy-pasting and then just deleting parts of it and changing some names. That's all I'm getting so far. Again, how did plagiarism lawsuits not come out of this? Like, I'm genuinely having that question. But since you're up, we can go now. You'll need a few more things. You'll need a few more things bought before we leave. Leave? Why am I leaving all of a sudden? I asked, crossing my arms. You are, with me. I have a couple things to do back on the mainland and you'll accompany me. After all, I only have 359 days left. So she's been here for 6 days. And she has been unconscious for like 5.5 of those. I was also half listening to chaos in the kitchen where my husband gave my daughter the meat mallet to break candy canes, and she decided to use ceramic plate. Oh no! I am sensing broken plate. And also, I'm sorry, putting the blame on that for your husband if he watched her do it because he should have stopped her. But I assume there's a reason candy canes are being smashed, not just because she hates them. Metal meat mallet on a breakable blade. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, no. Somebody wasn't thinking in it. It's not the younger person. Because they're allowed to not think of things like that because teenagers don't. Massimo was clearly amused, and his carefree attitude quickly rubbed off on me. For a while we stood face to face like a couple of flirting teenagers. Really, 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 really. Oh, luckily he did stop her before it was broken. Good. Hey! Well, yeah, she's been existing on like milkshakes and mashed potatoes for 10 days. She's really gonna be hungry. Plus, she's been probably, between the meds and the resting a lot, she needs to build her strength up. We are still duckless this evening, but I still have my hopes up that there will be ducks or cuffs. I definitely am. I got to come up with something to go with the handcuffs because I'm gonna need something to get through this. Need a way to make that more appealing. Oh, chocolate spoon melts with peppermint dust. Nice. See, this is a good thing to make. Safely. For a while, we stood face to face like a couple of flirting teenagers. I could feel the tension between us, the fear and the lust. I thought we were both feeling the same thing, only the cause of our fear was different. Massimo kept his hands in the pockets of his loose dark pants, his shirt of the same color, with the top button undone, showed a glimpse of the short hairs on his chest. He looked so sensual and seductive when the wind ruffled his combed hair. I shook I shook my head again, getting rid of the unwanted thoughts. Yeah, he's definitely slipping her like hormones or aphrodisiacs or ecstasy, Molly, something like that. MDMA. I would like to talk, I stammered. I know. Not now. There will be time for that during dinner. You'll have to be patient. Come with me. He took me by the hand and picked up my shoes from the ground and led me to the villa. We passed a long hallway and found ourselves on the driveway. I stopped on the stone surface rooted to the spot. The horror of last night returned. It was the place. Massimo felt my hand grow limp and he took me in his arms and carried me to the black SUV parked a few feet away. This girl faints over everything. You did miss Puppy. I'm sorry, Nightwolf. You did miss a couple Puppy appearances. He did show up. I did give him belly rubs for you. Chat firm for me. Belly rubbed the puppy for Nightwolf. Puppy got his belly. He got cuddled and told that you love him. I promise. He got very expertly cuddled three times and is now under the puppy bed, having a nap. I'm sorry you missed a puppy, but I will send you a puppy picture later. You really want to get Bo a little Santa hat. Just wouldn't he just look so cute with a little Santa hat? Thank you, Cerebellum. Yes, belly rubs and cuddles were given. I blinked nervously, trying to clear my sight. I wanted to pinch myself to wake up from the nightmare that kept repeating itself over and over in my head. God, she's going from like I'm so hot for him and so horny to oh my god, he's a murderer. Now I'm scared. And like back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And it's like girl, you're giving me whiplash. If you're going to black out each time you leave the house, I'll have to have my people replace the whole driveway. Massimo said matter of factly, keeping his fingers on my wrist and looking at his watch. So he knows how to check her pulse. Your heart is going to burst if it continues like that. Try to calm down. Otherwise, I will be forced to give you your medication, and that would only make you go to sleep again. So confirm that he's just pumping her with sedatives. He grabbed me and sat me on his knees, bringing my head against his chest, stroking my hair and swaying softly. He's literally rocking her like a child. Because we needed the infantilism in this. Jesus. But yeah, Persnickety called this. This is leaning very heavy on the Mr. vibes. My mother did this to calm me when I was little, he said. In most cases, it worked wonders. His voice was gentle. His hand didn't stop its rhythmic movement. This man was so full of contradictions. A tender barbarian. The perfect way to describe him. Dangerous, imperious, intolerant of any defiance, but at the same time so caring and delicate. She's just like warp speed moving through the Beauty and the Beast Christmas movie. The mixture of all those things was terrifying, but also fascinating and intriguing. Massimo said something to the driver in Italian and pushed a button on the panel, which caused a darkened window to rise between us and the man. The car accelerated and the man in black did not stop stroking my head. A few moments later, I was calm again and my heartbeat returned to its normal rhythm. Thank you, I breathed, slipping from his knees and sitting down next to him. He studied me intently, making sure I was okay. In order to avoid his piercing eyes, I looked out the window, only to realize we were going uphill. I raised my eyes and gasped at the beautiful vista stretching out before us. A city built on a rocky slope. Where are we? I asked. My villa stands on the slopes of Tormina. We're going to town. I think you'll like it, he said, looking out his own window. I'm assuming that's a real thing. Where's Persnickety? I don't know if she's still here. She was here. She's been dropping in and out. She may have had to take Sasha, one more time for the evening. But that's the end of the chapter. So, stretch break. Oh. My desire to chug this twice is so high. Sometimes having your own rules sucks. I can only chug when somebody sponsors. I cannot do it on my own accord. I've always had that rule, thus I will abide by my own rules. No chugging without permission. Ew, freaking gnats. I need like a paper towel or something to put over this. Ew. Oh, and of course I have nail polish on the glass because I get polish on everything. I just fix my nails up and then I forget that I have wet nails and touch things. Chapter 4. Giardini Nios, where I had stayed with Martin, was located a few miles from Tormina. The town on the rock was visible from practically everywhere in Gardena. We were supposed to go sightseeing there. What if Martin, Mikhail, and Carolina went along with the plan? What if we met them? I fidgeted restlessly in my seat, and the man in black noticed. As if he was reading my mind, he said, "They left the island yesterday. So confirm that her boyfriend and her friends don't give a damn about her." How could he know what I was thinking? I sent him an inquiring look, but he didn't so much as look my way. Well, also, it's been 6 days. And did you think he was going to risk you running into anyone you know? Like, the guy may be a rapist, but he doesn't strike me as being all that stupid, other than where he chooses to keep his gun. When we reached our destination, the sun was already setting, and thousands of tourists and locals were storming the streets of Taormina. The town was brimming with life, and the narrow, picturesque streets were lined with hundreds of small cafes and restaurants. Signboards of expensive boutiques beckoned to me. Exclusive brands? In the middle of nowhere? Yeah, almost like Italy is like a huge tourist destination. Duh. Especially, like, I think I've actually heard of this place. And I swear to God, I'm going to look it up. But please tell me please tell me that it's St. Martinique that they go to in Thomas Crown Affair. Because it sounds and looks like this in the movie, and I don't know where it was actually filmed. I think they say it's St. Martinique, but where it actually was, I don't know. And it was like up a mountain too. Check your email, have a drink. Aww. Nightwolf, you are a sweetheart. I love you so much. Thank you. Nightwolf has sponsored a drink. I will definitely have one on you. But now I'm terrified that this is where the Thomas Crown Affair actually filmed. And that's why it's here. This book has already been caught spying on my fan fiction. Nightwolf, you missed it, but the book not only name dropped my phrase for what Hannibal calls her in my story, which is darling girl. It also name dropped Guerlain, which is her favorite perfume, which is I'm sorry, this book is not allowed to have those. So I had to burn it repeatedly. You missed some of the burning, but yeah, I had to play with fire a few times, okay? Also learned book is very flammable and smells like celery when it's burned. I haven't seen that movie. Oh, you should. I haven't seen the original. I've seen the remake with Rene Russo and Pierce Brosnan. It's fun. It's a fun movie. You can't think too hard, but it's fun. Do not watch with the teenagers though, because it does have very explicit sex scenes with full nudity. So not for the under 18s. Also, Rene Russo in a fully see-through dress for another large part of the movie. Okay, for now, I'm defining this as a full glass until I get a better glass. Okay, so tonight we are defining this as a full glass as I am. Cheers. Yes, Nightwolf, cheers. I'll go all the way to the camera and not touch it because I don't want to disturb it. Now I have to touch it or it doesn't count. Okay, gentle. Okay, clink. But here's to life, here's to love, here's to all the times that we fucked up. Okay, that kind of feels like I poured about the same amount. I'm definitely gonna burp. You've been warned. I sense an adult, but that's awkward. Yeah, I gotta imagine at any age watching a movie with sex scenes with your kids is awkward. You having one with us, Ryan? Yeah, everybody do a shot. Or chug a beer or whatever you got. But it is one of my favorite, like, sex scenes in all of cinema. Because it's not just, it doesn't go like porno, it's very artistic. There's like a song playing over the whole thing. It's again, it's a lot of fun. It keeps the funsies spirits. Oh, also, if you watch the Pierce Brosnan Thomas Crown Affair, if you have seen any of the 50 Shades movies, especially the first one, you'll see every single scene that E.L. James ripped off from Thomas Crown Affair, especially the glider scene. And how much of the character of Grey is overlaps, shall we say. Excuse me. I warned you. Excuse me. I said to love as well. Yes, always to love. And that is, I was referencing a song by, I believe, Hailstrom. It is called Here's to Us, which is a great, like, end of the year type song. Oh, I was on the other page, wasn't I? I what, Rene Russo? Oh, she's not your type? You should see her in the see-through dress. Also worth noting, during the glider scene, all her screaming was real because she didn't know what gliding was. So when she agreed to it, she thought it was some kind of skating. She had no idea what it was, so all of her screams were real. Oh, you thought I said you because your name is Love. I didn't even put that together. I'm sorry, Ryan. I was quoting song lyrics. Not that I don't love you as well. I love all my viewers. There are no stores like that in the center of Warsaw. Oh God, we're doing the thing. Yeah, she definitely was like reading the Mister because yeah, she's doing what I don't even remember the name of the chick in the Mister. I don't even remember what the fuck her name was, but she was constantly doing the looking around London at the expensive stores and cars and stuff and saying like, "Oh, we don't have that back home in Afghanabania." That's where she was from because we made it up. Yes, I love you the best, Nightwolf. Of course I do. I always will love you the best. You're one of my oldest friends. Quite literally. And I don't mean by age. I mean, I've known you the longest out of anyone I currently know in my life. I think you actually do come out as the person I've known the longest. Genuinely. Well, one exception. My friend in England I've known for 20 years. So, sorry, but 20 years is hard to beat. But, that's a whole other relationship. We met on a poetry site, and we were never a thing. Everyone always thinks that I had a thing with him, just because we talk like several times a week, and we do all the Times, the New York Times, the online games they have, like Wordle and Connections and Strands and all that. We do them together at night. We were never a thing. We're just friends. We share like certain interests. That's it. I probably won't see much of him for the next few days because he's very, 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 very busy with all the family stuff and the Christmas and the baking and the. Oh, and currently stressing because he custom ordered a pillow, like a throw pillow with the picture of the grandkids on it for his wife, and it was supposed to be ready yesterday for him to pick up, and it's not ready. And Christmas is coming, and he's kind of stressing, like, this better be ready in time or I'm very, very screwed. The car stopped and the driver stepped out, opening the door for us. The man in black offered his hand and helped me out of the large SUV. Okay, I really need to know, why does she keep going back and forth between the man in black and Massimo? Pick one. If there was a reason for it, I could get behind it, but there's no differentiating. She doesn't call him Massimo sometimes and the man in black at other times. If you want to call him Massimo when he's being nice to you and then call him the man in black when he's being a rapist, that's fine, but she's not doing that. After a while, I realized there was another car with us, just behind ours. Two tall men dressed in black emerged from it. Massimo grabbed my hand and led me to one of the main streets. These people followed us at a distance that was supposed to be inconspicuous. Yeah, because I'm sure 3 guys dressed all in black, literally dragging a woman around that's completely inconspicuous. Even in Italy, people would be like onto you in a second. It all looked kind of grotesque. If they really wanted to remain unnoticed, they should be wearing shorts and flip-flops, not Undertaker suits. See? Even Book knows this is stupid. It's a really stupid book. It would be pretty difficult to hide those guns in tourist outfits, though. Though, in case we didn't know, they're armed. The first shop we visited is the Robert Cavalli boutique. I'm not saying that right, but I do know this designer. I've heard of it. Oh, if they say Zagna, I'm gonna rip the page out and do something bad to it. And I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly, but Zegna. Oh god, it's an Italian brand too. Fuck. If that's in here, I reserve the right to rage. Hard. It is a men's brand though, so there's kind of hope. As soon as we stepped over the threshold, we were greeted by a shop assistant who sprinted from behind her desk, eager to please. Hey, you know what? I also had this thought. He had a fuck doll before her, named Anna, in case we didn't know what books were being ripped off. But he had a fuck doll. We saw her. Where is she? Did he kill her? Did he just tell her, babe, it's over and kick her out? Is she somewhere else in the mansion? Because, this strikes me as a guy who's not going to go 364 days without getting any, waiting for her to say yes. Is that just never going to be, are we just never going to hear about her again? Is she going to turn into the Layla of this piece? Is she going to turn into the bad guy that we don't see coming, who will be jealous of Laura and and pull the why can't Massimo love me like that? And why did he throw me away? And now I'm crazy and I'm gonna kill you. Is she gonna be the Layla? I think she might be. Men in Black Will Smith song, yes! Yes! I have also been fighting that in my head. But also for me, it makes me think of Westworld. It's season 1 of Westworld. So hard. But yeah, the Men in Black song does keep popping in my head also. That is also very true. Why do I not have a napkin handy? When I need a napkin. Okay, I just accidentally saw something on the next page, which if I predict any more of this book, I'm gonna proclaim that I'm psychic. A well-dressed older man appeared from the back room. He kissed Massimo on both cheeks, saying something in Italian before turning his attention to me. Bella, he said, reaching for my hand. Oh, God. I spent a couple years living in an extraordinarily Italian neighborhood. Best pizza in the fucking world. However, older Italian men are the only people who ever recognize me as being Italian. I get called every other race, but only other Italians recognize me as being half Italian. And every day, while walking to the bus stop or walking to school or the pizza shop or wherever, there are always these old Italian men always watching the perpetual soccer, which seems to be on like every day, no matter what the season is. And every day, I got Bella, 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 all fucking day and night. Bella, Bella, ciao, Bella, bellissimo, Bella, blah, blah. And then they try to hit on you, and it doesn't matter, like 14. They will totally grab your ass if you get too close. Though, if you were willing to, let them grab your ass and smile pretty, they would definitely buy you a slice and a soda, so there was that. The perfect movie for me. Which half? Which half of what? If that's the title of a movie, I don't know it. I know Escape from Witch Mountain, which I got in trouble for watching, even though, by the way, adults put it on. And then I got in trouble with different adults for being caught watching it. How is that my fault? It was one of the few words in Italian I did understand. I smiled at the man, thanking him for the compliment. Honey, it ain't a compliment. They call every woman Bella. It's just a cultural thing. If you're old enough to have tits, you start getting called Bella. Constantly. It's basically their word for female. My name is Antonio. I shall help you choose some more appropriate attire, he said in fluent English. Okay, you can fuck off if you're calling what I'm wearing inappropriate. I'm leaving the store and you can suck it. And you can hear from everyone around you how many thousands of dollars I spent in other stores if you're going to walk up and insult me. Idiot. Witch Mountain is a good movie, isn't it? I don't remember a damn thing about it. I must have blocked out because I got yelled at. Now I want to download that movie. Nightwolf, remind me in my DMs to download Escape from Witch Mountain. I'm sure it's on Blu-ray somewhere. I mean, I think it's 90s as fuck, probably, but now I want to watch it. Maternal or paternal side? Paternal side. My dad was born in Florence. Yeah, Florence. Yeah. My dad was born in Florence, and his mother, along with him and an older sister, immigrated to Canada in what would have probably been the mid-60s. The weird thing has always been that on dad's side of the family, I know that my Nonna Maria, my grandmother on that side, came over to Canada pregnant and with 2 small kids herself. No husband. And she's Catholic AF. And I have never once ever heard why she came over here alone. Because she was married. She had 3 babies. But she came over here pregnant with 2 small kids on a literal slow boat from Italy, like a 3 to 4 month trip, while pregnant in the mid-60s. So I've always wondered what the story is there, because there is one, obviously. Like, what happened to her husband? But I've never gotten an answer. I don't even know his name. I don't even know my grandfather on that side of the family's name. I have no idea. Never seen a picture. Never heard him referenced or mentioned my entire life. I have no idea what happened or what sent her here. But I'm betting there's a good story there somewhere that I'll never know, but size 36, I presume. He sent me a probing stare. Sometimes 34, depending on the bra size. Okay, any guy who can clock my bra size by eye, I'm backing away from. As you can see, Mother Nature hasn't been too generous to me. I said, pointing to my breasts with a wide grin. Why the fuck would you ever do this? And I'm sorry, I don't know European bra sizes. Like, I know what size I wear. And well, again, it depends on brand. Like, it really does. Some of my bras are a 40, some are a 42, some are even a 44. It depends on the brand. And as for cup size, forget it. I buy the largest cup size they stock in the store, which is usually a triple D or a double E if I'm really lucky, and you just stuff into it. The proper fitting bra I have is a double G that is like I think it's a 40. But I don't know European bra sizes at all. So I mean, I assume they're saying she's like a B cup. I don't know. But the band size is the number, the cup size is an alphabet, and they have nothing to do with each other, because my cousin is a like triple D double E cup size, but she's very skinny, so she wears like a 32. Which, we both have an atrocious time, finding bras that fit, which is to say they don't fit, and you learn to deal with it. You definitely learn to make do. You also learn that once you go above a C cup, the price of your bra doubles, which is so much goddamn bullshit. Like, same bra, a C40, a C cup 40, where it'll be like, say, 45 to $50. Soon as you get up to like a triple D, exact same bra, exact same brand, you've just gone up a couple cup sizes, now all of a sudden it's $80 to $90. And people wonder why I own like 3 bras. It's because nowadays they're like 120 to $150 each, which is insane. And again, that's if you can even find ones in my size, which there's so many stores I know to not even look, because they won't have anything that fits. Darling, Antonio exclaimed, Roberto Cavalli adores such shapes. Come, let Don Massimo sit here and wait for the show. So now she's being turned into a stripper. That's great. The man in black began to sit down on a silvery satin couch. Before he even touched the soft pillows, he was offered a bottle of ice-cold Dom Perignon. Perignon. One of the shop assistants filled his glass. So we're going the full Pretty Woman here. Massimo shot me a lustful glance before hiding behind a newspaper. Antonio was hauling dozens of dresses to the changing room, helping me into them all the time, clicking his tongue with appreciation. I'm sorry? She's saying there's a guy in the dressing room helping her get changed? And this is okay? With either her or Massimo? Because I'm sorry, he's not, like, possessive and jealous? And also, what the fuck are you doing in the dressing room? Get the fuck out before I slit your throat? I stared wide-eyed at the price tags of the outfits. Honey, you're being held captive by a mob boss. I gotta think he's got unlimited funds. Also, I would be buying the most expensive things in the store just to spite him. And I would probably accidentally break a few things, too. The little heap of dresses Antonio prepared for me would probably buy you an apartment in Warsaw. Okay, this is gonna be a thing. This is gonna be a thing. This is why she's gonna decide to be his, like, captive princess the rest of her life, because he can give her, $5,000 dresses and beautiful villas, and why go home to Poland where we don't even have stores like this, and my family doesn't even care that I'm missing, and we have nothing there, and here I can be a princess, and that's what's gonna again, you want to be a sugar babe, you want to be a kept woman, you do you, girl. Make sure you get your terms in writing and you have an exit strategy at all times. But you want to do that, you want to live that way, you want to be a kept woman, you go right ahead. I don't shame anybody. If you make it work for you, then fine. But again, this is not what this is. Oh, there's definitely some tea in the story on my family's side. God, yes. Like I said, there's not even a picture. The last time I was in my Nonna Maria's house, I deliberately went looking for, like, their wedding picture, because I was like, she's got to have the wedding picture, okay? Everybody has the wedding picture on the mantle. I went all over that house, and she has hundreds of framed photos of her family, of her kids, grandkids, like, a lot of photos. None of her and Grandpa. None. And I asked my dad about it. He blew me off. And I got the impression that he might not even know, because he was only like 3 when they came over, so he doesn't remember. And I very much got the impression that he didn't know either. I will raise you. My daughter asked me to buy her a bra. Never again. Okay, who said never again, though? You or her? Who said never again? You. Yeah, it's a confusing world. Did she at least tell you what size to get, or a brand, or anything? Because if you were trying to guess size, good luck. The little heap of dresses Antonio prepared for me would probably buy you an apartment in Warsaw. Nearly an hour later, I finished picking clothes, and my choices were packed neatly into beautiful decorative boxes. The story repeated in other boutiques. An enthusiastic welcome followed by an unending shopping spree. So we are Prada, Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Louboutin, and Victoria's Secret to top it all off. I'm sorry, you went lingerie shopping with your kidnapper? Each time, Massimo would sit down and patiently wait for me, reading his newspaper, talking on the phone, or scrolling on his iPad. He seemed completely disinterested in what I was doing. On the one hand, I was happy, but on the other, it was getting on my nerves. What was wrong with him? Girl! Check yourself. Earlier in the morning, he couldn't take his eyes off me. And now, when he had the opportunity to admire me in all these beautiful outfits, he wasn't paying attention. Yeah, we're gonna find out, like, this is him trying to be a good boy, because, like, oh, if I see you in sexy panties and and words are failing me. Garter belt stockings. I may just rape you right in the store because I can't help myself because I'm an animal with no control. So I'm hiding behind this newspaper to avoid looking at you. And she's mad about this. But happy to be spending probably $100,000 on clothes. This definitely didn't go hand in hand with my concept of shopping straight out of Pretty Woman. Called it. Me showing off in new hot and sexy outfits and him playing the role of my horny fan. Okay, this woman is cracked. Okay, in case anyone thought I was lying about it saying Pretty Woman or horny fan, okay? Right there. If it were me going shopping, I would get the most expensive dresses and use it as my art, painting, pottery, creative outfit. Yes! Yes! Sarah Bellum, you understand me. I would, yes! Put on some spiked heels and then walk over the fucking sofa, putting holes in it on purpose just to make him pay for it. But yeah, you better believe I would like accidentally throw a shoe over my shoulder and be like, oops, I broke the really big expensive $4,000 mirror. Oops. Yeah, you better believe 100% I would be making this guy flex his money on so many levels and making sure that the stores never wanted to see me again. But also, isn't this where you like write on the back of the receipt, help me, I'm being held hostage, and slip it to the, sales girl? Like, come on. Am I the only one who's ever seen a movie? Ah, ow. Victoria's Secret greeted us with pink. It was everywhere. On the walls, the couches, the shop assistants even. This is true, I've been to a Victoria's Secret. I felt like I'd been thrown into a cotton candy machine. I was about to puke with all that sweetness. Usually they are like hot pink and black striped, so it works. But it's certainly a place I can never shop because about 10 years ago they finally admitted that no, we don't make sizes for all women. We only make up to like a size 12 on the panties, and we don't make any bras bigger than a B cup. You know? So they kind of out Lululemon before their CEO got caught on tape saying how he only wanted young, underage, extremely skinny, size 0 13-year-olds to wear their clothes because that was attractive and that was a selling point. And if anyone doesn't think he was a pedophile. The man in black glanced at me, taking his eyes off his mobile for a moment. Okay, we're going to have the back and forth with the European English words because she said cell phone before. Then she also said telephone when referring to a cell phone. And now again, we have mobile, which is mostly British, actually. This is the last one. We've got no more time. Please take that into account when choosing your outfits here, he said nonchalantly, turning his back to me. Sat down on one of the couches and got back on his phone. I grimaced, glancing at him with disapproval. It wasn't about the fact that we were nearing the end of our shopping trip. I'd had enough by that time, but rather by the way he'd addressed me. He's the man holding you captive. Pick up something heavy and bash his skull in with it. And then when people ask why, you explain because they will call the police and then you will be rescued. And you can tell them you need to call Poland and get police to protect my family immediately because he threatened to have them killed. Like, there's so many ways out for her. Also, I didn't think he would be taking her out in public for at least like 3 to 4 months. I don't know if that's supposed to be a flex of like how much power he has here, but power like that tends to be very local. You get 10 minutes outside their zone, they're helpless. So you still have payphones in Alberta? Are you serious? Are you lying? I think you're lying. Okay, next time you're out and about and you see a payphone, you have to send me a picture of a payphone with like something to prove that it's from today or like current year, because we haven't had payphones here in so long. So long. Like, it's actually a point of contention because some people want them brought back in certain locations, like for emergencies. But you still have payphones in Alberta? Seriously? Because we don't. I would appreciate that very much. Also, shout out to Nightwolf's new avatar of the wolf with the Santa hat, because it's adorable and I love it. It is such a struggle with the bras. My daughter has to wear them and attempt all sort of tricks. Oh no. Also, receipt trick wouldn't work on language barrier. True, if Man in Black is believed. This is true. Okay, I didn't think of the language barrier, and that's me being North American, but you have a point about the language barrier, yes. But yeah, bras are a bitch. Oh, there was a time when I was a teenager I refused to wear one because my boobs were growing so big so fast that I had huge, I looked like a tiger clawed me. I had rips, literally. I had huge skin rips down the side of my breast, like ripped open to where it was like deep purple. I think it was like muscle. And it would be like seeping and my clothes would stick to me and then it would dry on my clothes. And like I got made fun of, but like my boobs hurt so much constantly that I couldn't wear anything because it was too painful. One of those times I wish my mother had been capable of being a mother and taken me to a doctor and said, "What the fuck are we going to do about this?" Because she's in massive pain. This for years, and I still have the scars. Like, think of the worst stretch marks ever, but having them at like 12, 13, and that happened because I went from completely flat chested to a D cup in about a year or less. So this is true. I didn't wear a bra, but the problem is I had big tits, and I was the only one in my class who had tits. So I got made fun of a lot, and the boys tried to touch. And then you're in gym class, and you got to run, and it's like every step fucking hurts anyway. So then you're doing this, and then you get made fun of, and it's like, why aren't you wearing a bra? And it's because I'm in massive pain. Like, just wearing clothes hurts. Anything touching hurts. So anything constricting, I wanted to scream. Again, somebody should have taken me to a doctor or figured something out because something wasn't right, but I didn't have parents or anyone who gave a fuck by that point. So, I was half time on the streets, working a corner at that point. So nobody was paying any attention to what I did, and certainly nobody was going to take care of me. So calling it a mobile is pretty common. A generation and younger, when a smartphone became a thing, cell has become more common. Most people I know ask for your mobile number. Really? What state? What state is that? I've never heard of that in the States. It England and other parts of Europe, yeah. Not in Asia. No, she would not be going to Victoria's Secret. It would be somewhere practically bespoke. Yeah, Victoria's Secret is kind of like cheap for this place. In Texas? They say mobile in Texas? Isn't mobile also a cell phone company or a gas station or both? You have a lot more gas stations in the States than we do here. Like there's some that until recently I didn't even know were a gas station, but I'd heard them referenced in like body cam vids or American vids. They didn't know what they were. Like BP is one. I had no idea that was a gas station. Circle K for the longest time. Didn't know that was a gas station. We really only have like 4 here. And then like Shell is one. Petro Canada. Canadian Tire. Yeah, that's the only ones I can name off the top of my head. I'm sure there's more. I don't drive, okay? I don't drive, so my lack of knowledge with gas stations is a lot of I don't drive. I tried once, got screwed over. Mobile is petrol and motor oil. There's a mobile gas. There's a mobile gas company? Really? Okay, I trust you. That's a lot of things with the same name. That's got to get confusing. Like, it's not just me, right? Shell is the gas and Circle K is the convenience store? Are are they like owned by the same person? Same company? And like that's how it works? Circle K is Shell? Okay, I didn't know that because here nothing is called Circle K here. It's all Shell with the yellow literal seashell logo. That's what Shell is here. They would never be called Circle K here. Signora, the shop assistant called out, inviting me into the changing room with a gesture. Also, that's not, he wouldn't call her, she's too young to be called Signora. As I entered the cubicle, my eyes were drawn to a neat heap of swimsuits and underwear waiting for me. You don't have to try on everything, just one will be enough. I'll make sure the size I've chosen for you is appropriate, the woman said and disappeared, drawing a heavy pink curtain behind her. That is a good way to shop in a hurry. Just try on one of a certain brand, and if you like it, but buy five more. Why would I want so many pairs of underwear? I haven't had this many through my entire life. Okay, we get more of like, this is why she's going to fall for him, because he can give her everything. So if she has to put up with him being a murderous, violent, raping thug, it's worth it because she gets clothes and lots of food and a really great view. Again, you want to be a sugar babe, you want to be a kept woman, you do you, but not like this. I stood there gaping at the tower of colorful fabrics, mainly lace. I peeked outside and asked who picked all these. Noticing me, the shop assistant jumped to her feet and came over immediately. Don Massimo asked me to prepare those specific styles. So he's pre-chosen underwear that he wants to see her in. Because that's not creepy. I understand, I replied, retreating into the changing room. I deliberately make everything 5 sizes too big and go, oops. Sorry, translation error. Scouring through the heap, I noticed something. All this stuff was made of lace. Thin lace, thick lace, regular lace, maybe a couple of cotton briefs thrown in just in case. Great. Very comfy, I thought ironically. I picked a red lace and silk set and started to pull off my dress and get this over with. Or how about you just literally rip them all apart with your bare hands and then walk out and say, sorry, nothing that appealed to me. What the fuck is he gonna do? The fine bra closely fit my small breasts, even though it wasn't a push-up. They looked really sexy in the new lingerie. This is not a natural thought. I bent over and pulled the lace up, and as I stood back and looked in the mirror, I realized Massimo was standing behind me, of course! Of course he's gonna barge in on her in the lingerie, and he's definitely seen her naked for at least the 3rd time. He was leaning against the changing room wall with his hands in his pockets, observing. Hands in his pockets is code for he's jerking off, right? Taking in the view, I spun around glaring at him. What are you? I managed before his arm shot up, grabbing me by the throat and slamming me into the mirror. Seriously? taking the beast side of this a little too far. He stepped closer, his upper body pressed against mine as he delicately trailed his thumb along my lips. He just grabbed her by the throat and slammed her into the goddamn mirror. I don't care what he does next. You scream as loud as you can, girl. Then you grab a piece of broken mirror and you slit his fucking throat. I froze, paralyzed. His taut, muscled body made it impossible for me to move away. He took his thumb away and lowered it to my neck. His grip wasn't too tight. It didn't have to be. It was a message. He was in charge here. You're in the middle of a store! The mirror. That's what it said. That is what it said. That is what it says. That is what it fucking says. Right here. Okay? Right here. Before his arm shot out, grabbing me by the throat and slamming me into the mirror. Right here. I wish I made it up. There's no way the mirror ain't broke. Yes. That was my thought too. That's why I said grab a fucking shard and slit his fucking throat. Because yeah, if he grabbed her and slammed her, it definitely broke. Yes! Pocket pull. That's exactly what I was thinking. Make you go with that. Yes. I'd rather spend a year with no panties. I hate not wearing panties. I absolutely fucking hate not wearing panties. I hate not wearing panties. But I would go a year without wearing panties rather than wear the shit that this guy pre-picked for me because it's what he finds hot. There's a big difference between wanting to be a sugar babe and being a sugar babe to survive a crazy dude. Thank you, Sethdale. That's exactly my point. That is exactly my point. This ain't being a sugar babe. This is survival. Except she's really bad at this. And he's bad when it's like, oh, I'm not going to rape you. I'm going to walk in on you putting on lingerie and slam you into the fucking mirror. Like, can we also admit she would have so many bruises from every way he's touched her? She would have so many bruises and head injuries, plus he's drugging her. He's openly drugging her. And, like, yeah! Yeah! Probably not the only time I'm going to need to scream during this book. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to do it. I'm going to find, I have like a small little pillow. I can see it in my head, but I don't know where it is in my apartment. I will find it. I'm going to have a screaming pillow. For next week, we're going to have a screaming pillow. For when I need to bite into it, or just press it against my face and scream really loudly. Probably not with the biting, because my teeth aren't so great. But definitely going to have a pillow that I don't care about getting lipstick or makeup on, that I can press into my face and scream really loud when I need to scream really loud at this book. We're going to make that a thing. Of course, my pen doesn't want to fucking work. What do I have to write on? Ah! Don't break the pen. Okay. Notes acquired. Four a.m. is very early. Good night, Night Wolf. Thank you so much for being here. I love you all the best. Please don't pet any wolves. But sleep very well. 4 a.m. is ungodly early. You're a stronger man than I. But have a good one. Hope it warms up a little bit at least soon. Be careful out there. Everyone say good night. I get finger grip bruises from my husband barely touching me. I'd be black and purple instantly. Yeah. One of my cousins is like that. Took me till I was in my teens to realize that's why she never held the banister walking downstairs, because I noticed it, and she's a klutz because she got tall very early. Excuse me. So she's very klutzy. But I noticed she never held the banister going downstairs, even though she'd fallen downstairs God knows how many times. And I asked her one day, and she told me it's because if she did, by the time she got to the bottom of the banister, her fingers would be swelled up and they'd all be black and blue. She got like, I'm convinced she's some version of a hemophiliac because she had see-through skin until she was almost 10. And she bruised like as kids we both used to joke that she would bruise if you looked at her too hard. Like, she had, like, huge, deep bruises all the time. Like, literally, if she slept with one leg on top of the other, the inside of one or both of her legs would be heavily bruised in the morning. Like, heavily, like, deeply, deeply purple in that way that takes weeks to go away. Good night, Wolfie. Well, Wolfie is here. Wolfie is our favorite duck. I want more Wolfie ducks. Need more ducks in general. But we do still have 10 ducks available, so until those 10 ducks are gone, I am contractually obligated not to order more ducks until those 10 ducks are gone. EDS, can I get, are you saying Ehlers down low? Because I've had people suggest that I have Ehlers down low, type 2 or 3, I can't remember which. So that's possible. Yeah. I was supposed to get tested for it, but then something about getting it paid for, and I don't remember why it didn't happen. But for me, it fits some of the symptoms I have, especially I'm double jointed in several places, to like an insane amount, which even though I'm very, very heavy, you'd be amazed how flexible I am in some places. When I was a kid, and I was obviously skinny because I was like a normal size until I hit teenagerhood, and certain hormonal things made me gain a lot of weight. But again, nobody cared at that point, so nobody did anything to stop it. And now it's 30 years later. Well, it's 22 years later, and here we all are. But that would certainly make sense for the both of us. It's more common in preemies, and we're both preemies. It was 9 weeks. She was like 4 weeks. So yeah. By the way, we're like 20 pages behind where we're supposed to be. I'm gonna have to get faster at this or we'll be here forever. And there's 2 more books after this. Don't move, he purred, pinning me with his wild, icy stare. He dropped his eyes and moaned softly. You look pretty, but you can't wear these. Not yet. We're gonna have to, like, I'm an uncontrollable monster. If you look sexy around me, I have to rape you. It's gonna be a thing and I'm gonna die. The words "you can't" sounded like an encouragement to me, so she has a death wish. Like a provocation. I felt like doing the exact opposite of what he was saying. I pushed myself away from the mirror and took a step forward. Massimo didn't resist. He pulled away, matching my movements, keeping me at an arm's length, his hand never leaving my neck. When I was sure we were sufficiently far from the mirror and that he could see me entirely, I lifted my eyes and looked into his. As I suspected, his stare was fixed on my reflection. In other words, he is looking at your ass in a thong. He was appraising his trophy, and I could see his pants becoming too tight for him. Are you kidding me? He was breathing loudly. His torso was heaving faster and faster. Somebody shoot him. Massimo, I whispered. He tore his eyes from my ass and looked me in the eyes. Leave, or I guarantee this will be the last time you see me like this, I growled, trying to make a threatening expression. Oh, isn't she supposed to be sassy? In a thong. I'm sorry, that doesn't work. Even Halle Berry couldn't make it work. He smirked, accepting the challenge. His hand tightened on my neck. Yeah. Duh. His eyes flared with fury and lust as he took a step forward. And then another. I felt the mirror on my back again. That's when he let go of me and said, I picked everything for you. I will decide when I want you to wear this. She's trying it on to see if it fit, you fucking asshole! He turned away and left without another word. Yeah! Asshole! But you're the one who entered and wanted her to try them on! Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! And I don't care if I break the book, I'm gonna burn it in anyway, effigy anyway. But thank you, thank you, thank you! I hit my tit and that hurts, and ow, my nipple! But damn it, this fucking piece of trash! And it's apparently indestructible because I hit that really hard and it didn't do anything to the cover. But ow, my nipple! Seriously, ow! You know, you hit just the tip of the titty and it's like, ow! This is why breastfeeding, like, frightens me. Not that I'll ever have kids, thank God. I don't mean that for me, I mean for any potential kids I might have had that might have been mine. There's a reason that I wanted kids since I was 6, and there's a very good reason I never had them. Because I would never give a child the burden of me. Now it's too late, which takes the option off the table, which, in a way, kind of... Well, I'm sure eventually it will feel liberating. Or it will feel fine. And it will stop having weird dreams. Biology sucks ass sometimes, by the way. I keep forgetting what page I'm on. I stood there for a while longer, boiling with fury, but somehow satisfied at the same time. I was beginning to learn the rules of our little game. I was getting to know his weak spots. He barged in on you. You didn't walk out there and shake your ass at him, you stupid twit. As I put my dress on, I could still feel the anger inside. I snatched the heap of lingerie from the drawer and stormed out of the changing room. What drawer? Did the author forget where they are? The shop assistant sprang to her feet, but I walked straight past her. Massimo was back on the couch, and I marched across the room with all the underwear in my arms. You picked that? Then here you go. It's all yours, I screamed, and I flung the lingerie at him before running out of the boutique. Are you 5, you stupid twit? The security detail waiting outside didn't move a muscle as I passed them. They sent Massimo wary looks but kept to their posts. I ran along crowded streets thinking about what I'd done and what I was about to do. Okay, so you're out of his sight. It's super crowded. Get gone, girl! What my behavior could bring about. I glimpsed a flight of stairs between 2 buildings, took a turn, and ran straight up, taking another turn and disappearing into the first narrow street I saw. It ended in another flight of stairs. I climbed higher and higher until I found myself 2 blocks away from the place I'd escaped from. Then, leaning against the wall, panting, also, how does that work? I'm sorry, she just said she went up and then up again. But supposedly they went up from his place to get to the town. I'm sorry, the geography doesn't work. It's really fucked up. It's possible we will make it to the end of this chapter. I'm going to try. Then I leaned against the wall, panting. My shoes might have been works of art, but they definitely hadn't been made for running. I stared into the sky and the grand castle looming over Tormina. Fuck this, I thought. I can't go on like this. It's been 5 minutes, you dumbass slut. It used to be a fortress. It used to be a fortress, I heard someone say. You want to run all the way up there, or will you spare my boys the exertion? They're not as fit as I am. I turned my head. It was Massimo, staring at the top of the stairs. We're gonna find out, like, while she was asleep, he had, like, an RFID chip implanted in her somewhere that she's unaware of. Like, on her back, or her ass, or her hip, or her thigh, or somewhere she wouldn't be aware of it. And so he always knows where she is. I promise you that's gonna be a thing. Standing at the top of the stairs. It was clear he hadn't followed me at a run. He had followed me in a run. His hair was disheveled. He hadn't even broken a sweat, unlike me. The man in black leaned nonchalantly against the wall, sliding his hands into his pockets. We need to go back now. If you'd like a workout, there's a gym and a pool back home. Or if you're more of a staircase marathon kind of girl, there's a lot of those back at the villa too. So we're supposed to, like, think that, like, she has nowhere to run. Even if she takes off, she can't escape. You know, etc., etc. Because he owns the entire town. But he also just said, like, he's taking her to the mainland. If she takes off there, what the fuck are you gonna do about it? Like, I knew I had no choice. I had to go back with him. But at least for a moment I had felt my fate was in my own hands. Shoot him. Massimo extended a hand, which I ignored, heading back down the stairs where the two suited bodyguards were already waiting. I passed them both with a disapproving frown and walked over to the SUV, parked a couple feet away. I got in, slamming the door behind me. Again, scream bloody murder, you stupid bitch! A while later, Massimo joined me. He took a seat next to me and put his phone to his ear, talking all the way until we reached the driveway. I had no idea what he was saying. I could still understand very little Italian. Massimo's voice was calm, though, and down to earth. He listened more than he spoke, and I couldn't read his body language. We stopped at the mansion. I grabbed the handle, but the door was locked. The man in black finished his call, tucked the mobile into his breast pocket, and fixed me with a stare. Dinner will be served in an hour. Dominic will come for you. The car door opened, and I saw the young Italian, his hand outstretched to help me. I let him do so, sending him a wide, ostentatious smile. Then I ran into the building, looking straight ahead, not wanting to catch even a glimpse of the spot where the nightmare last night had taken place. Dominic followed me. Turn right, he said quietly as I started to lose my way in the labyrinth of corridors. I turned back, thanking him for his assistance, and a while later I was back in my room. The young Italian stopped in the doorway as if waiting for me to allow him in. They'll bring you all the things you've bought in a minute. Do you need anything else? I asked. Yes, I could use a drink before dinner. Unless I'm not allowed, of course. Dominic smiled and nodded understandingly, disappearing into the darkness. I went into the bathroom, took off my dress, and locked the door behind me, stepping into the shower and turning on the cold water. It was freezing. I could barely breathe, but after a while I got used to it. I needed to cool off. When the chilling stream calmed me down, I turned up the temperature. I washed my hair, massaged in some conditioner, and sat down with my back against the wall. The water was pleasantly warm. It cascaded down the glass shower wall, relaxing me. I had a moment to think about what had happened in the morning, and then the afternoon, back in the shop. I was confused. Massimo was a complicated man. No, he's an animal. Put him down. Totally unpredictable. No, actually very predictable. Slowly it was dawning on me that if I wouldn't accept my newfound circumstances and start living normally, I'd simply die of exhaustion. Living normally, that's not a thing here. Come on. Hi, somebody. Oh, I'm so sorry Nightwolf isn't here to see this. Oh. I will send him a puppy picture after, as I promised. I really will. But we have a puppy. It's very sleepy. Oh, you're very sleepy. Yes, you just came in from the couch. You're very sleepy. Yes. He is very sleepy. He is a very sleepy puppy. Look. Look at your puppy. Yeah, he's really sleepy. He's really, really sleepy. bed, Jen, aren't you? Yeah. That's all you're checking. Yeah. We're very lucky we got a nice ham sandwich to eat later, okay? So Mommy's gonna make a ham sandwich, and you can have some. Because we're very lucky. And got good food, and good baby, yeah. Okay? Okay. Yes. Yes. No, I know. I know you're so sleepy. I know. Okay. Say good night. Good night. I know he hates it when I do that. He hates it when I do that. He absolutely hates it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mommy's silly sometimes, okay? Mommy's silly. Yeah. Mommy's silly. Good baby. I love you so much. I love you so much. Yes, I do. I love you so much. You're such a good boy. I love you so much. That's when it struck me. There was nothing to fight. Nothing to run away from. Wow. To quote C.J. Craig in one of my favorite moments on The West Wing, wow, are you stupid? There was nothing for me back in Warsaw. I called it. But I thought it would be like to the end of the book. I thought she would get here to the end of the book. But did I not fucking say, not like 2 hours ago, that that was how it was going to go? That she was going to have there's nothing for me out there, but here I can be a captive princess. Did I not fucking say that? You gotta build. Like, what the fuck is he drugging her with? Because it's a lot more than Molly and sedatives. Like, and as I said before, I said this last week, you can completely destroy somebody's personality, break them down, and rebuild them within 48 to 72 hours. It's possible, but it takes a fuck ton more than we've seen here. And people who know what they're doing. Okay, number one criteria for a new wine goblet, it comes with a lid. Maybe like a beer stein. I wasn't losing everything because everything I had was now gone. The only thing I could do was let this adventure unfold. Really, so everything's gone. So, like, I'm sorry, he didn't already murder your family, boyfriend, and friends. If he'd done that, I might get to this point. But he didn't. Like, the only thing I could do was let this adventure unfold. It's time to accept your situation, Laura, I thought, standing up. This has taken her. She's been conscious less than, like, 15 hours in this scenario. I rinsed my hair and wrapped it in a towel, put on a bathrobe, and left the bathroom. My bedroom is filled with dozens of boxes. I couldn't help feeling elated at the sight. In the past, I would have given everything to be able to go on a shopping spree like that. Nothing was going to stop me from enjoying this now. I had a plan! Why do I think this is going to be a stupid plan? I rummaged through everything, finally finding the Victoria's Secret bags and digging through the dozens of lingerie sets until I found the red lace one. Then I picked a black see-through dress and a matching pair of Louis Vuitton high heels. Massimo would have a heart attack. If he rapes her, I'm going to have so much trouble not slut-shaming. I poured myself a glass and downed it in one gulp. I could use some liquid courage. A glass of what? When did booze arrive? Pouring another glass, I sat down by the mirror and took out the makeup set. When I was finished, my eyes were heavily accented, my skin perfectly coated with foundation, my lips shone with Chanel nude lip gloss. I dried my hair, curling it slightly for the wavy effect, and tied it into a high chignon. I heard Dominic calling from outside. Dinner is served, miss. Putting on the underwear, I called back through the door. Give me 2 more minutes. I pulled on the dress and stepped into the impossibly high heels, and sprinkled myself with a generous dose of my favorite perfume, stopping in front of the mirror for a second to nod with approval. I looked gorgeous. The dress fit perfectly, and the red lace visible beneath it matched the red soles of the stilettos. Yeah, I saw that episode of Sherlock as well. It was provocative but also elegant. I downed another glass of champagne, feeling ready to face the world and a little tipsy. This is not a good idea. As I left the bathroom and presented myself to Dominic, his eyes widened. You look... He broke off, looking for the right word. Yes, I know, thank you, I replied, smiling coquettishly. I'm sorry, you are not coquettish in a fucking see-through dress. And again, Rene Russo in Thomas Crown Affair. Those high heels are incredible, he added in a whisper and offered me his arm. I took it and let him lead me down the corridor. We went to the terrace I had had breakfast on earlier. The canvas-roofed gazebo was illuminated by hundreds of candles, and Massimo was standing beside it, his back turned to the building, staring into the distance. I let go of Dominic's arm. I'll manage on my own, thank you. The man retreated into the darkness while I headed towards the man in black with a steady gait. Hearing the click-click of the heels on the stone floor, Massimo turned around. He was wearing gray linen pants with a light gray sweater with its sleeves rolled up. He walked over to the table and put down the glass he'd been holding. His eyes trailed my every step as I closed the distance between us. When I stopped just a step away, he leaned back against the table, widening his stance. I took another step, halting between his legs, keeping my eyes on him. Seriously, if it ends up that she was like bored with her life, and because she said she had a like successful career that she just left, if this ends up that she like paid for some kidnap me experience that ends up going too far, I've had that thought since I read the back cover, so I'm just putting that out there now. Keeping my eyes on him, he was burning with passion. Even if I'd been blind, I would have felt his desire through my very skin. Will you pour me a glass? I asked quietly, biting my lower lip. Massimo straightened up, showing me that even in my heels I was still a lot shorter than him. Are you aware, he said in a whisper, that if you keep provoking me, I might not be able to control myself? Then you're a rapist. Ryan, are we losing you? I'm sorry to lose you. But it's late. I understand. Have a good one. Sleep well. I placed a hand on his stone-hard torso and delicately pushed him away, suggesting he should take a seat. He didn't resist and did what I asked. Instead, he watched me with curiosity, still flushed, devouring me with his eyes. My face, dress, shoes, and equally the red lace dominating my outfit. I stood close to him so he could enjoy the scent of my perfume. My right hand went to his nape and my fingers combed through his hair. Seriously, the guy blew somebody's brains out yesterday and you're doing this? 'Cause I don't think so. Oh, good night to Wolfie. Are you extremely behind? Oh, you forgot to say goodnight, so you're just catching up. Thank you, that's sweet. Pulling his head down. He didn't resist, but his eyes never left me. I neared my lips to his and asked once more, "Will you pour me a glass, or should I help myself?" A moment later, I let go of his hair and went over to the cooler, filling my glass. Massimo was still sitting propped against the table, watching me closely. His lips spread into something approaching a smile. I sat down, playing with the foot of the wine glass. "Dinner time?" I asked, sending him a bored look. He got up, drew me near, and placed his hands on my shoulders, leaning over and whispering in my ear, "You look gorgeous." His tongue delicately skimmed over my ear. I can't remember any woman having such an effect on me. There are some cliches I absolutely abhor. That's one of them. His teeth trailed along the skin on my neck. I felt shivers going up my spine all the way from between my legs. So they're equally just horny and stupid people. "I want to lay you on your belly right here on the table, pull up that short dress of yours, and fuck you hard without taking that thong off." I gasped, aroused, and he went on, "Your smell. I felt it as soon as you stopped in the doorway. I'd like to lick it off you." Okay, I don't know if you've ever gotten perfume in your mouth. It's not great. Saying that, he had to tighten his grip on my shoulders rhythmically. "There's one spot on your body that scent is absent, I'd wager, and it's the same place I'd like to explore the most." "No, it just has a different scent, but no, don't spray perfume on your vagina." Which I've known girls that have like sprayed perfume on tampons and shit, and it's like, no, that's how you get toxic shock. Don't do that. He broke off and started to kiss and gently bite my neck again. I didn't resist, instead turning my head and giving him more space. Are they actually gonna fuck? His hand slowly slid down my cleavage and closed on my breasts. Hard. I moaned. See, my thought there is, ow! "You see, Laura, you do desire me." See, he's telling her, "Oh, you want me because you're naked." I felt his hands and lips retreating. "Remember, it's my game. I make up the rules." He kissed me on the cheek and sat down on the chair next to me. So somehow he's aware of her internal monologue of calling this a game, because she never said that out loud. He was triumphant. We both knew that. It didn't change the fact that I could clearly see the bulge in his pants. He has a penis, we get it. I pretended not to care, but it only made him laugh. He sat back playing with his champagne glass, with an impish smile on his face. So now they're having, what, a sexual battle of wills? This is boring and stupid. Dominic arrived at the door only to disappear an instant later. Two young men showed up in his place, serving appetizers. Octopus carpaccio. It was delicious and delicate. I'm sorry, octopus is not fucking delicate. I don't care if you know the cork in the water trick, it ain't fucking delicate. And the dishes that kept arriving were even better. We ate in silence, shooting each other glances from time to time. After dessert, I pulled back from the table, took a glass of rosé wine, and said, my voice unwavering, "The Cosa Nostra." Massimo shot me a warning stare. "As far as I know, it doesn't exist. Is that true?" He laughed mockingly and asked in a low voice, "What else do you know, baby girl?" Is he gonna call her a different stupid pet name every fucking time? Disoriented, I started turning the glass in my fingers. Well, I've seen The Godfather, but who hasn't? Me, I haven't. I was wondering how much truth there is to it. "About us?" he asked. "There's nothing there about me. As for the rest, I don't know." Hey, it's before his time. He can at least say that. He was making fun of me. I knew it. What do you do? I asked. Business. Massimo. I refused to back down. I'm asking for real. You want a year of my life and my unswerving obedience. Don't you think I should know what I'm getting into? You've been here almost a week. You're into it, girl. Shut the fuck up. You've already decided you're gonna slut your way through this, so just own it. Like, again, no judgment. If I had to use sex to get through a situation like this, you're damn right I would. But I would do it better than this. Also, she's being held captive by a stupid animal. Like I couldn't fucking get out of that in a hurry. Yeah, overly white glasses suck. Mm. Good stretch break. His face became serious, and he caught me in his gaze. You're entitled to some kind of explanation. You're right. I will tell you as much as you need to know. He took a sip of his wine. After my parents died, I was chosen as the next head of the family. That's why people call me Dawn. I own several companies, clubs, restaurants, and hotels. We're just like a regular corporation. Uh-huh. I'm the head. Excuse me. But all that is part of the bigger picture. If you need a list, you'll get it. Though I believe the less you know, the better. Of course. He kept his eyes trained on me, looking deathly serious. What do you want to know specifically? You want me to tell you if I have a consigliere? Yes, I do. You'll meet him soon enough. You already found out if I have a gun and if I'm dangerous. Whether I tackle my own problems head on. What else? Ask away. Okay, he's not gonna answer her. And like, girl, if he let you witness a murder, you think he's really gonna let you go? No, he's not. Because either you fall in love with him or your liability, and he's gonna shoot you in that exact spot at the end of a year. Will you give me my phone and my laptop? The man in black calmly turned in his chair and crossed his legs. Whenever you want. We only have to agree that on what you're about to say to the people you'd like to contact. So what? He's gonna let her contact her family and like make some excuse as to why she's away for a year, like I said. But what? He's trusting that she's not gonna like send them a coded message or type something without his looking, or like you can type help me and send on an email in about 3 seconds. So like seriously, this is about to get dumber, isn't it? Which, oh my god. Also, I don't care if it's midnight. There's like 4 pages left to the end of chapter 5, and then we're done. Chapter 4, I mean. How is it only chapter 4, and we're still 10 pages behind, but I don't give a flying fuck. We're getting to the end of this chapter, and I'm so done. Like, I need a sandwich and a lot more wine and some loud music and something really stupid to watch. Like, really stupid. Like one of the dumber episodes of MASH. Not that show is stupid, but it's, sometimes it's just funny and it's enough. I need mindless entertainment. MASH is right up there for that. Doesn't always hold up to the test of time, and Margaret should have killed Hawkeye and BJ and Trapper and Charles at different times, but, ain't nobody do furious outrage like Loretta Swit, R.I.P. I took a breath preparing to say something, but he lifted his hand before I could start. Before you interrupt me, I'll tell you where we stand. You can call your parents if you think it's necessary. I'll let you return to Poland. And if you think it's necessary, I'll let you return to Poland. So what? She's going to go home to her parents and pack up her childhood room and say, hey, I got a great job in Australia for the next 2 years. Don't contact me or whatever. I said this. I keep can I point out, I've predicted this book 4 times already. And I did it by just saying the dumbest, laziest thing ever. He's my character in my fanfic when she, disappears. There's a reason nobody notices. My eyes grew bright and my face bloomed in happiness. You'll tell them you received a very lucrative work proposal! No! 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 I fucking called it! I swear I didn't read ahead! I swear to fucking God I didn't read ahead! I called it! I said! She's gonna say she got a job! I said it! Motherfucking Christ! So that's the theme. Just think of the laziest, worst thing, the most stupid, would never work, bullshit thing that's lazy and stupid, and it's the first thing that comes to your mind after 2 glasses of wine, and that's what it's gonna be! Motherfucker! Oh, it hurts. A book that is so lazy it's predictable by sarcasm! I feel bad for how much time I put into the thumbnail, because that took me a while. I am not a good editor. I'm not a good Photoshop person. These are not my skills. I worked really hard on the thumbnail to make it really pretty. And it still lacks ducks. Because for anyone who doesn't know, the rule of ducks is that only ducks that are sponsored while we're reading this book go to the thumbnail. So once we started the new book, that's why there's no ducks, because they were all sponsored on the last book. Only ducks that are sponsored during this book can appear on the thumbnail. That's the rule of ducks. So that's why there's no ducks on the thumbnail, and it's conspicuously lacking ducks. Lucrative work proposal in one of the hotels on Sicily. Why are we still saying on Sicily and not in Sicily? So now you changed your avatar and it looks fucking amazing. Is that the... Okay, I say it's the Ice Dragon horns, but it's not because it's better. And that looks fucking cool. I love the jewelry on its horns. I want to pet it. I want to pet it. Can I pet it? Can I pet the dragon? Can I pet it? Please, can I pet it? Can I pet it? It looks magic. Can I pet it? I want to pet it. Can I feed it? Can I feed the dragon? What does it eat? I want to feed the dragon. Can I feed it? It looks so cute. It looks so cute. I want to pet it. It's so cute. I want to pet it. See, this is why I told you earlier that the ducks were considering a mutiny and they were very mad at me because the 10 or 12 of them that were on the previous thumbnail are now no longer on the thumbnail. And I tried to explain it's because they were sponsored in the previous book and that book is over. And so I have to make space for the new ducks. Okay, third and final shout out, and the ducks and chugging are the only things available. But I had to make space for the new ducks. See, we still have 10 ducks waiting to be sponsored. We have 4 rando ducks that have never left this bag. They've never seen the real world. They've never left this bag. And we have our 6 painted ducks. So we have 10 ducks to add to the stage that will fill up the entire thumbnail once they're all sponsored eventually. But for the moment, we have no ducks that have been sponsored during this book, so that's why the thumbnail is duckless. You know, and it makes me cry too that there's no ducks, because it's not right when there's no ducks. There should always be ducks because they make everything better. So it's not right when there's no ducks, but right now there's no ducks because that's the rule. Until somebody sponsors a duck during this book, I cannot put any ducks on the thumbnail. My hands are tied, literally. I can't do it. It's in the rules. I can't put a duck just because I want a duck, no matter how much I want a duck. You can pet that dog. You can absolutely pet that dog. I don't have that clip, but I know the clip, and yes, you can pet that dog. That dog is currently under his puppy bed over here asleep, but when he is not asleep, I will definitely pet that dog for you, and I will rub his belly, and I will scratch his back, and I'll scratch his ears, and I'll cuddle him the most cuddly way, and I'll wrap him up in a blanket and extra cuddle him, and kiss him on the head and tell him how much I love him. I promise I will do that for you, Cerebellum. We will absolutely pet that dog. Or you can also pet a duck. I will also, no, ducks can be petted. I can pet a duck. I still can't believe that Mr. Spock duck, which is probably the finest, next to Wolfie, this is probably the finest duck I ever ducked. Because look at those sleeves. Look at those, like, season 1 TOS sleeves that I did in one pass because I was never going to get a second. But look at the Mr. Spock duck, and nobody wants to sponsor the Mr. Spock duck. Look at the ears. Look at the effort. You know, or the flounder duck, which will crack if you breathe on it because it's got 47 layers of paint to make it yellow. Because originally it was green. You can't tell anymore, but it was originally green and had no distinctive characteristics, so I painted it into flounder. And let's just say the eyes are better than I thought they would come out, okay? Don't judge me too harshly. I'm not an artist. I did my best. But I made sure the stripes matched. I made sure they were accurate to the actual flounder in Little Mermaid. I made sure the stripes matched and were accurate. That says something. One of the hotels on Sicily. I'm never getting over this, by the way. It's in Sicily, not on. And that you're going to take it up. There will be a 1-year probation period. You won't have to lie to your relatives when you feel like calling them. We've taken your things from Martin's apartment before you returned to Warsaw. I told you! I told you he had people breaking into her place and bringing her things. But also, this establishes, like, you know, that he does actually have people in Warsaw, Poland, that could kill her family. So at least we know he's telling the truth. You have to say goodnight to the chat. Cerebellum will miss you so much. We love, 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 love you. You are the best. Please pet all of the kitties for me. All of the kitties, and whatever their favorite way to be petted and loved on is. Please show them all the absolute most love they can possibly be given. Love on all the fur babies, always. Yes, night, Cerebellum, and to anyone else who has fur babies, love the fur babies. Love, 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 love the fur babies. They're the best fur babies. Oh, Cynthia, we have ducks. We have ducks. We have ducks. We have ducks. It's raining ducks. It's the holiday spirit. And we have ducks. We have 3 random ducks. Oh, that means one little duck's going to be all lonely left in a bag all by itself. But we'll see who are the lucky ones. Okay, I hope you got names. Or at least I'll have names. I'll figure out names. Okay, I'm putting them all in the corner. Okay. This is on screen. My hand is in the bag. I'm closing my eyes. My head's all the way back. Not looking. I swear I'm not looking at all. My head's all the way turned to the side. My eyes are closed. Going in the bag with the random ducks. Round, 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 round we go. And first duck. First duck. Astronaut duck. Look. Look, it's an astronaut duck. With like, sorry, I dropped it. It's got like this silver 50s, like Soviet. I'm not even sure. Is he an astronaut duck or a football duck? I'm not sure because it's a silver helmet. And he's got this weird, like, square on his chest. So I could write something on that if we wanted to label him. I was thinking astronaut duck. Now I'm not so sure. But we're going to go with that for now because I don't know what else to call it or what else has a, extremely silver helmet other than, astronaut photos from the 50s. Let's see. The fact that that didn't wake a puppy. Seriously. And he has toys that make that noise. Okay, second duck. I'm not looking. There's only 3 left in the bag, and we'll be drawing 2 of them, and then one of them will be very lonely. Round and round and round and round and round and round. This one. What is it? Oh, it's the baby chick duck. It's like a baby. It's like half born in an egg. Ah! Stop dropping them. No! Shit. Okay, dropped it. Okay, hold on. Ow, my leg. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Ow. Thigh muscle cramp. Ow, motherfucker. Still good. Okay, so we have like baby chick duck, as I'm going to call this one. Hatchling. Let's call it hatchling. I still want to paint the shell white. Can I do that? Can I paint the shell white, please? I'm going to do it anyway because it needs to be done. But I'm going to paint the shell white. Okay, so we have possible 50s USSR astronaut duck and hatchling duck that need names. And last one, who's going to be left in the bag all by themselves? One of 2. Here we go. I'm looking. I'm really not looking. I swear to God, I'm not actually looking at all. I don't actually know which one, and I want this one. This is our fire captain duck. Not to be confused with Dennis, who is our fireman duck. This is a captain because he has 3 stars and he's holding the hose. So this is our fire captain duck. And in case you can't tell, these were made in China, hence the stars on the helmet. Which leaves the one that I am calling Glasgow duck because he looks Scottish. Glasgow duck is our last surviving duck in the bag. Aww. I feel bad for him. But rules are rules. I'm sorry, Glasgow duck. Mwah. Aww. Okay, so Dale has said no duck left behind. So Glasgow duck is free. He's free. I have a name for him if you don't mind. For this one, the other 3 I don't have names, but I will if you don't want to. But for this one, I really have a name. Please, please, please. I want to call him Ferguson. We got all the random ducks. The bag is empty. Only ever painted ducks left. But we have all the ducks have been freed. Now I have to remember what order they were in. Hold on, I gotta write this down because I'm drunk and I'll forget. Hold on. Okay, so we have 4 ducks needing names. We have I can't spell. Seriously, keyboard, spell. I'll fix these later. Can't even spell the name I want. Shell can be painted. Yeah, the name Sir Cluckers. If we decide they're an astronaut, John Glenn. And Ferguson is fine. Did I actually say that out loud? I don't even remember. But yeah, this is Ferguson. I take it this is John Glenn. Or is this Sir Cluckers? Are we saying he's a knight? He could be a knight. I didn't think of that. He could be like, Chaucer era knight duck. I didn't think of that. You're so smart. No, not Sir Cluckers, Sir Chickadoo. That's what my grandmother calls her chickens. Is that, wait, who is Sir Chickadoo? Is this Sir Chickadoo? The hatchling? Okay, which is which? This is Ferguson. we've decided, okay, Silver Helmet Duck. What are we calling Silver Helmet Duck? Sir Chickadee or John Glenn? The hatchling is Chickadee. So this is John Glenn. This is Chickadee. And so we need a name for Fire Captain Duck. Okay, I'm writing this down so I don't forget. Silver Helmet is John Glenn. I gotcha. And I actually have seen John Glenn in quite a few things. He strikes me as being awesome. Okay, hatchling duck is it Sir Chickadee or just Chickadee? Okay, and then we have Ferguson for Glasgow duck, which is awesome. Thank you for letting me do that. It's been in my head since I saw it. Silver Helmet, John Glenn, just Chickadee. I gotcha. I 100% gotcha. Okay, so in order of being drawn, we have John Glenn Duck, Chickadee, you know, or maybe Chickadee, but Chickadee, Duck. And then we have Fire Captain Duck, Little Chickadee. I love Little Chickadee. I'm so making it Little Chickadee. Then we have Fire Captain Duck, who still needs a name. And then we have Ferguson. I'm so happy. Yes, they're all so good. Yeah, I'm changing it on the official list right now. Little Chickadee. Got it. There we go. And thank you so much. You are such a sweetheart. And genuinely, you're a sweetheart. Because I was actually very sad to see one duck left behind. I'm sorry. I'm overly sentimental about the ducks, okay? They're all I have. I don't have cats anymore. And I need a kitten. I'm genuinely considering buying a kitten in the new year. I probably shouldn't, but I miss having tiny furry things. And Bo's wonderful, but I've literally had cats since I was like 8. I don't know how to not have cats. And it's been like 8 weeks and I don't have a cat. And it's weird. And I need a cat. And so I'm really considering buying a cat. But no, I'm considering getting a kitten for free. Is what I'm doing. I'm not going to buy a cat, but you can always get kittens for free. Like, this is a universal fact. Okay, we have like 3 pages left. Captain Blaze! Oh, that rocks. I like it. Yes! Yes, Captain Blaze. I like it. This is good. This is very good. Yes. Okay. We have names. Thank you. Captain Blaze. That's awesome. Is that from something or we're just going with fire adjacent things? I hear a puppy. Oh, hi. I see a puppy. Hi, up. Okay, hi. We have a puppy. I didn't even hear him get up. Where were you? You're very warm and sleepy. He's asleep. He's very asleep. Hi, you're literally falling right back to sleep. He's asleep. Yeah. And thank you for breathing your stinky puppy breath right in my face. Thank you very much for that. All right. You are going to lay in Mom's arms for the last 5 pages or 3 pages or like 2.5. We've taken your things from Martin's apartment before he returned to Warsaw. They should be here by tomorrow. Called that. I consider the entire subject of that man closed. Permanently. I don't want you to see him anymore. I stared at him questioningly. Am I making myself clear? No. Let me elaborate then. I forbid you to contact that man, Massimo said icily. Anything else? Oh, the guy that you already showed her photos of supposedly cheating? And you're now making me seriously doubt that those photos were real if you're going to be this possessive and jealous and say don't contact him because maybe he would say, no, that never happened and those photos are fake and I miss you and where are you and what the hell is going on? Maybe he would try to rescue her or inform Interpol or the FBI or whoever. I remained silent for a while. He had thought this thing out pretty solidly. It was all planned and logical. No. Nope. I know what logic is. This isn't it. Puppy, why is it when you fall asleep you suddenly weigh 30 pounds and you're only 8 pounds? Right. What if I need to visit my family? I asked. What then? Massimo frowned. Well, in that case, I will be happy to see your beautiful country with you. Oh, so I'll just go with you and you can't tell anyone I'm holding you captive. Is she gonna pull he's gonna pull like Escape from LA? I think that's like the only like movie franchise where I've seen the second one but not the first. I laughed, sipping my wine. I was picturing him, the head of the Sicilian mob, strolling around Warsaw. Can I disagree with you? I asked. That was not a proposition. I was just describing things as they are and will be. He leaned towards me. Lara, you're smart. No, she's actually incredibly vapid and stupid. If there's one characteristic I won't ascribe to her, it's having a functioning brain in her head. Because she's not shown any signs of being intelligent. She's just shown signs of being an abject slut who is enjoying herself. And thinks playing with fire is fun. And I predict we see her get burned. And I'm not going to feel bad for her. Haven't you realized that I always get what I want? I grimaced, recalling last night's events. As far as I know, Don Massimo, not always. I dropped my eyes to my lace underwear, still perfectly visible beneath my dress, and bit my lower lip. Then I slowly pushed myself up. The man in black carefully watched my every movement. And also, if she's wearing the see-through dress, she's wearing the Rene Russo dress from Thomas Crown Affair, only with underwear, which she was not. I kicked off those gorgeous red-soled high heels and headed towards the garden. The grass was wet and the air tasted of salt. I knew he wouldn't be able to resist, that he'd come right after me. That's just what happened. I walked through the darkness, the only thing I could see being the faraway lights of boats afloat on the sea. Having reached the beach sofa under the rectangular canopy that I had taken a nap in earlier, I stopped. You feel right at home here, don't you? Asked Massimo, stopping beside me. He was right. I didn't feel like an outsider here. I felt like I'd been living here all my life. Besides, show me a girl who wouldn't want to live in a beautiful mansion surrounded by servants and all kinds of luxury. There we go. There we go. There we go. Saying if you had the opportunity, even if you had to put up with him being a rapist and a murderer, wouldn't you take it to get all of this? There it is. Said the quiet part out loud. I'm slowly starting to accept my situation. I'm getting used to all this. I know I have no other choice, except for all of the choices. I replied, taking another sip from my glass. Massimo grabbed it out of my hand and threw it to the grass. He took me in his arms and delicately laid me down on the white pillows. I was saying they're gonna fuck, and I'm like, I'm not ready for them to fuck. There's a page and a half left, and I'm tired. My breathing quickened. I knew anything could happen. He flung one leg over me, and here we were again, lying just like in the morning. The difference was that earlier I'd been afraid, and the only thing I felt now was curiosity and arousal. Maybe it was all the alcohol I had had, and God knows what was in it. But maybe I had simply accepted my fate, making everything easier. See, everything that she's emotionally gone through should be an entire book, and yet we're only 70 pages in. We're only 4 chapters. 4 chapters out of 22, and she's already like at the end of the Stockholm arc. Yeah, exactly. Stockholm Syndrome ain't taking too long here. Because keep in mind, well, we now know this is the 6th day that she's been here. She's only been conscious for like collectively about 15 hours. And he's been drugging her, and she's been drinking the entire time. Give me. Propping his hands on both sides of my head, Massimo leaned over me. I would like to, he whispered, gently nudging my lips with the tip of his nose. I would like you to teach me how to be gentle with you. I fucking said it. I fucking said it. Didn't I? I fucking said it. I said she's gonna teach him how to do sex gently, like Kali in season 1 Game of Thrones, like Beauty and the Beast, like so much else. He's a monster who only knows how to violate and abuse and torture and choke women on his cock. But no, she's going to teach him how to be gentle and be loving, and Jesus Christ. Again, I've predicted like so much of this already, but it's out of laziness and sarcasm. Fucking A. I had nowhere to go from there because that's the end of the story. And yet, we're only this far in. We got all that to go and 2 other books. What the fuck? This is going to get so stupid. I froze. Such a dangerous man, a powerful man, was asking for my consent, tenderness, and love. No! He's asking you to open your legs and let him fuck you and then tell him he was gentle. He ain't asking for any of the rest of that shit, you stupid bitch. I can fix him, said our mafia princess. You are correct. 100%. Yep. It's the I can fix him to the nth goddamn stupid degree. And also, was she really unconscious most of the 6 days? Or if you've ever seen The Blacklist or various other shows, was she being drugged and somebody was messing with her head and brainwashing her while she was in a drug-induced, shall we say, altered, highly suggestive state? And so now she's acting this way after being unconscious for several days, which we were told that she was. And he's drugging her constantly and she's drinking constantly. My hands wandered up, stopping on his cheeks. For a while I held his face, staring into his calm black eyes. What the fuck is with the black eyes? With a gentle motion I pulled him closer. As our lips met, Massimo rushed in with all his strength, opening my mouth wider. Ow. Our tongues danced to the same rhythm. His body lay on mine, his arms surrounded me. I really thought it would go longer before they fucked, but apparently not. It was clear we wanted each other. Our tongues and lips fucked, hard and full of passion. Our sexual temperaments matching. The dog does not care what I am doing right now. He's completely passed out and very happy. A moment later, when the adrenaline rush subsided, I composed myself a bit. I realized what I was doing. Wait. Stop. I breathed, pushing him away. The man in black did no such thing. There we go. He grabbed me by the wrists despite my protestations and pinned them to the sofa. Then he lifted me, tightly clamping his hand around both wrists. Do we not recall Gray doing this several times? His other hand trailed along my thigh, climbing until he felt the lace thong. He grabbed it, pulling his lips away from mine. The pale light of the street lamps in the distance faintly illuminated my terrified face, and I didn't fight him. I stood no chance. So we're making rape sexy, which again, you want to do CNC, which is consensual, non-consensual? You do you, boo. But this ain't that. I lay motionless and tears streaked down my cheeks. Girl, you started this. And I am not victim blaming or slut shaming. I'm saying she's stupid. Seeing that, he released me, pushed himself up and sat on the edge of the couch, resting his feet on the wet grass. Oh, so her crying is too much? That's what's too much? When he already said, I like my women in pain during sex. I like them helpless and defenseless. He's already admitted that's what gets him the fuck off, but her crying is too much. I call bullshit. Baby girl! He breathed heavily. She's really gonna go through every cliche fucking nickname ever. We're gonna burn that next week. When you've been using nothing but violence for your whole life and you've had to fight tooth and nail for everything you have, it's difficult to react in any other way when someone takes away what you desire. So he's saying, like, next time you tease me up and then, say stop, I'm probably going to be violent. He got up and ran a hand through his hair. How many times do we see Gray do that? While I stayed down, frozen. I was livid, but at the same time, okay, as soon as I'm done, I'm definitely gonna puke. I felt bad for Massimo. She feels bad for him already. Definitely somebody was fucking in her mind, like with Liz in Blacklist. I swear to fucking God. I had thought he wasn't one of those men who take their women by force. One of those men! Bitch, there's a word for that. That's called a rapist. And it's not okay. And you writing it like that makes it seem like it's okay. It's not okay. This may actually be more harmful than 50 Shades. But this behavior must have been normal for him. Yeah, that's why he belongs under the ground, 6 feet under to be specific. Such roughness came as naturally to him as shaking someone's hand. He probably also never really cared for anyone, never having to struggle for anyone's feelings or to nurture them. Now, he was trying to make me reciprocate his feelings, and the only way he knew how to do it was by force. Oh, pity the horrible rapist monster, murderer. Pity him, feel sorry for him, because he doesn't know any better, and he had to grow up violent like this, and he doesn't want to. Ugh. Gag me with a goddamn stick, you stupid fucking slut. They're demons. Everyone's acting like sex-addled demons and their eyes are showing it. This is true. Yeah, no, totally. The word succubus. Something about baby girl mixed with skin crawl. Yes. Maybe because that's used in this context. Also, criminal minds. You thought what? After he told you that's exactly how he wants it. Yeah, he told you. He told you that's exactly how he wants it. And then you're surprised. Because you're stupid. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I being too loud for you? I'm sorry. I'm being chastised by a puppy. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. You're a good boy. I love you. You're a good boy. Yes, I love you. The terrifying silence was finally broken by Massimo's mobile vibrating in his pocket. He took it out, glanced at the screen, and accepted the call. While he talked, I wiped away my tears and got to my feet. With calm, leisurely steps, I went back to the villa. I was tired, a bit drunk, and utterly disoriented. It took me a while, but I finally reached my room and collapsed on the bed, exhausted. I immediately fell asleep. Gee, almost like he fucking drugged her. End of chapter! We're done. We done. We so done. Thank you for... Okay, Puppy didn't mean to mute me. Did he mute me before I read the last part of the book? When did he mute me? Because I was saying, look at the puppy, look how cute he is. Look how cute he is, he's so cute. And he would love to play with your dragons. So he could run, and they could chase him, as long as they promise not to barbecue him, please. We could totally do that. Yeah. Oh, we could totally do that. Yes, we could. Yes. Right, Bo? Okay. I'm going to put you down. I'm going to read the last part again in case anybody missed it, because I want to be accurate. So, last paragraph, really quickly. The terrifying silence was finally broken by Massimo's mobile vibrating in his pocket. He took it out, glanced at the screen, and accepted the call. While he talked, I wiped away my tears and got to my feet. With calm, leisurely steps, I went back to the villa. I was tired, a bit drunk, and utterly disoriented. It took me a while, but I finally reached my room and collapsed on the bed, exhausted. I fell asleep immediately, i.e., she's been drugged. He knows what happens during these book meetings. Crazy lady screaming it's stupid is the tame part. Yeah, Doggy, Bo definitely knows he's owned by a crazy lady. Let's be clear about that. Doggy knows that I'm crazy. He's seen me be crazy for years. I've had this dog for over 10 years. He knows. He's seen all the crazy. He knows his mommy is crazy. He's a good dog. But he also knows he was also, remember, I had an emotional support dog of 15 years that raised him and kind of trained him. So he hears certain like distress things in my voice. He will come and get insistent of like, no, I'm standing on your leg and I'm jumping up because you need me because your voice is doing one of the things that older dogs trained me that when I hear your voice do the thing, it means you need a dog and you need to cuddle me. And therefore I'm going to jump on your lap and make you cuddle me whether you want to or not, because that's what older dog told me to do. And he's still in charge of me, even though older dog died like 3 years ago. That's how it works in his tiny puppy world. Oh, I'm so much more tired than I thought I could be, and I'm wired at the same time, which is a dangerous combination this time of night. It is 15 past midnight here. But that is going to do it for this week. That is our last book club before Christmas, but at least we have several new ducks who are spectacular to join our stage. I will definitely add them to the thumbnail. All 4 of them will be on the thumbnail for next week. I absolutely promise. They 100% will be. I might even do that tonight because I'm really wired. But that is our last book club before Christmas. So to everyone, please have a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Happy Holidays, or whatever you celebrate. You do you and make it the best. And I hope it's wonderful for everyone. And thank you all so, so much for everything this year and for all the ducks and the cuffs and the wine and the loves and the comments and the just being here and supporting me through all the crazy and all the crazy yet to come through the rest of this book and the 2 that follow it. And then there's going to be some shakeups. We're going to change some things up because we're going to change some things up, and book club's gonna evolve a little bit. I've got plans. You'll see. I hope they're good. I hope they work out. I hope everyone enjoys and we all have as much fun as we ever do, and I will still have plenty to make fun of. But we will have one more book club next week before New Year's. So we're gonna do a ring in the New Year's. I'm gonna have the burn video come hell or high water. I will have the burn video because we need to do that before the New Year so we can have a clean slate of the New Year and kind of a cleansing aura of it all. And just make it all better. But everyone have a great Christmas or whatever you celebrate. I hope everyone's going to enjoy themselves and do the best that they can and have a good time. And whatever makes you happy, please do. And until then, I have been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. Please take care of yourself. And above all, love yourself and love on a fur baby. I will see you next week. Until then, have an absolutely great time. I love you all very, very much. And thank you all so much. You're all the absolute best. Have a happy holidays, and I'll see you in a week before the new year, and we'll have some more fun. Love yourself, love a fur baby. Bye-bye, everyone.